Good morning. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started here. Councillors, we're going to get started. Councillor Klassen, please take your seat. Thank you. Okay, everybody, good morning. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for April 1st, 2026. Okay, this meeting is being held by electronic means and in person, and council members may participate by either method. Don't make me use the gavel. Okay, any council members participating electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X, Advanced City Clerk. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the council chamber, and do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are, and security staff will guide you to a safe location. Defibrillator is available and located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call?
Of course. Mayor Sim, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Not here at the moment. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meissner is the chair today. And you do have a leave of absence from 1 to 5 today. Councillor Jo.
Present.
Councillor Maloney. And Councillor Orr. The meeting has quorum, Chair Meissner.
Thanks very much. So I will now give the floor to Mayor Sim to say a few words about the recent passing of a member of the Sikh community, Mr. Tundy.
Good morning, everyone. I say this with a very, very heavy heart. On behalf of all of the elected officials here in council and everyone who chooses to work at the City of Vancouver through our various departments, we do want to take a moment to honor Mr. Kuldeep Singh Tundy, who recently passed at the young age of 80 after a long battle with cancer. And so Mr. Tundy was a deeply respected leader in the Vancouver Sikh community and someone who gave a great deal of his time and energy to others. And on a very personal note, I had the fortunate honor of getting to know Mr. Tundy over the last 7 or 8 years now. And I can tell you, he was just such an incredible person. And I would put him up there, with the greatest nation builders in this country. And anyone who knew him, anyone who saw what he did in the community, how he, supported the community, and not just the Sikh community, but the community at large, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And through his years of work with the Khalsa Diwan Society, where he served as both president and treasurer, Mr. Tundy established himself as an organizer who brought people together and provided countless families with support and guidance. His generosity and commitment to service made a real difference in the lives of so many people across this city. And once again, he made a big difference in my life. And I looked to him for leadership. I look to him as a mentor, and I can tell you a lot of people would say the same thing, and I know their lives are enriched because of their interactions with Mr. Tundy. So on behalf of Vancouver, we extend our condolences to Mr. Tundy's family who's here today, friends as well, and every single person who knew him. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now move to our proclamation. April is Sikh Heritage Month, a time to recognize and celebrate the many contributions of Sikh communities here in Vancouver, across BC, and throughout Canada. Oh, actually, the Mayor, you're supposed to read this portion. I apologize. So, you don't mind. Sorry about that.
Great. On a happier note, April is Sikh Heritage Month, the time to recognize and celebrate the many contributions of Sikh communities here in Vancouver, across BC, and throughout Canada. Vancouver is proudly diverse, and the Sikh community is an important part of what makes our city so vibrant and strong. Last year, Council officially added Sikh Heritage Month to the city's list of celebrations and observances. This recognition reflects a long and meaningful history. Sikh Canadians have been part of our country, part of this country since 1904, contributing in countless ways. And I know the Sikh community has been here well before 1904, contributing to our nation here. The core values of Sikhism, equality, compassion, service, and unity are deeply reflected in our communities and shared by so many across our city. April is also when many celebrate Vaisakhi, a joyful and significant time marking the founding of the Khalsa. Sikh communities have helped shape Vancouver in so many ways and continue to strengthen our city every single day. This month is an opportunity to celebrate that legacy and all of that represents. And so on that, I'd love to invite our council teammates here to read a proclamation about Sikh Heritage Month.
Sikh Heritage Month. Whereas the City of Vancouver takes great pride in the rich heritage of its diverse cultural, ethnic, racial and faith-based communities.
And whereas Sikh Heritage Month is a month-long celebration in April, recognizing the significant contribution that Sikh communities have made to Canada, Sikh Heritage Month was formalized with Sikh Heritage Month Act in 2019, recognizing the significant contribution of Sikh Canadians who first arrived in Canada in 1904 and have been making incredible contributions to our country, province, and the city ever since.
And whereas the values of equality, humanity, unity, compassion, and service, central teachings of Sikhism and its founder, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, continue to inspire millions of people around the world.
And whereas in April, Sikh communities celebrate Vaisakhi, which commemorates the founding of the Khalsa and honors the spiritual legacy of the 10 Sikh gurus.
And whereas throughout the city's history, the Sikh community has played and continues to play a significant role in shaping the social, economic, and cultural landscapes of Vancouver, and Sikh Heritage Month provides the opportunity for the city to officially celebrate the rich traditions, culture, and heritage of the Sikh community and to honor their lasting impact.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of our elected officials and everyone who chooses to work at the City of Vancouver every single day, do hereby very proudly proclaim the month of April 2026 as Sikh Heritage Month in the City of Vancouver. Dhanyavad. So, did someone want to say a few words?
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mayor Sim and members of council, on behalf of Sikh Heritage Society of BC, I want to thank the City of Vancouver for inviting us again this year and officially proclaiming April 2026 as Sikh Heritage Month in Vancouver. April is more than a mere calendar month for Sikhs, as it marks the joyous occasion of Vaisakhi and the pious occasion of Khalsa Sajna Divas. Celebrating it as Sikh Heritage Month provides an opportunity to recognize the profound contributions the Sikh community has made to the social, economic, and cultural fabric of this city, this province, and this country. For well over 125 years, it is an opportunity for communities to come together and gain insights and understandings of the values, beliefs, and commitment to those values, and how it's central to the contributions that we are gathered to celebrate today. Our organization takes great pride in this moment, as we were the ones that began celebrating Sikh Heritage Month in this province back in 2018, well before it received any formal or official recognition. For nearly a decade now, Sikh Heritage BC has been at the forefront of these celebrations and has endeavored to do its part in the preservation and promotion of Sikh heritage. We are honored to see a grassroots initiative grow into an official tradition across public and private institutions. Lastly, I want to thank fellow members of the community who've gathered here, taken time out of their busy schedules on a weekday to come together and mark the start of Sikh Heritage Month. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Honorable Mayor of Vancouver, respected city councillors, our community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. We begin Sikh Heritage Month today. This is a time to reflect on our journey, our struggles, and our contributions. We remember painful chapters such as the Kamagatamaru incident, a time when we were denied right to vote in this country. Despite all the discriminations and hardships, our community stood resilient. Khalsa Diwan Society Vancouver played a vital role supporting early immigrants, preserving faith, and building a strong foundation for future generations. Today, we stand in a very different Canada, where Sikhs proudly serve as members of parliament, lawmakers, and leaders across all walks of life. This progress reflects not only the grit, perseverance, resilience, but also the inclusive values of this great nation. The teachings of our gurus reminds us to live with equality, selfless service, and justice for all. These values continue to guide our contributions to society every day. We thank the City of Vancouver for recognizing Sikh Heritage Month and celebrating our shared journey. Happy Sikh Heritage Month to all. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji.
Vaiguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaiguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, guys. Mayor Ken Sim, City Council members, and everyone joining us today. I'm truly honored to stand here today at City Hall as the president of Sikh Heritage Month Vancouver, celebrating this important milestone with all of you guys. This year is especially a meaningful year as April 7th marks the 5-year anniversary for our youth-led initiative, which began as a small idea in a classroom and has grown into a citywide movement across Vancouver. I want to thank the City of Vancouver for recognizing Sikh Heritage Month and for celebrating the contributions, history, and culture of the Sikh community. In our City of Vancouver is a city built with diversity, inclusion, and community spirit. And this proclamation shows how much of our city values all its cultures and the young leaders who help share them. Sikh Heritage Month Vancouver is more about the celebration. It's about reconnecting youth to their roots, fostering intercultural understanding, and living the values of seva, compassion, justice, and inclusion. Our programs bring students, teachers, community leaders, and residents together, strengthening Vancouver and welcoming everyone in. As we mark this milestone, I hope our work continues to inspire youth, uplift the community, and create meaningful connections across generations. With Waiguru's guidance, we will continue serving, educating, and building spaces where everyone in Vancouver feels recognized, respected, and connected. Thank you again to the City of Vancouver for this recognition, and thank you to everyone who has been part of this journey. On behalf of the 75 members of our team, we would like to present a plaque to Mayor Kensem and City Council. Vaiguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaiguru Ji Ki Fateh.
This is on. Is it on? This is for speak, not for keep. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to say a few minutes here. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. The Khalsa belong to divine Vaheguru, and victory belong to the divine. Good morning, Mayor, council members, and honored guests. I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. On behalf of the Sunset Community Center Association, and as a proud member of the Sikh community, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Mayor and City Council for proclaiming the April as a Sikh Heritage Month. This recognition means a great deal to our community. It is an opportunity to celebrate the rich history, culture, contributions of Sikhs in a city, across Canada, and around the world. Sikh values are rooted in equality, seva, selfless service, and manukta di seva, service to humanity. They are a value we strive to live with every day through volunteering, supporting families in need, and building an inclusive space where everyone feels they belongs. This reminds us that we are all created from the same divine light and that no one is higher or lower than another. At the Sunset Community Center Association, see these values in action every day, supporting seniors, newcomers, youth and families in need with the food hampers, and bringing everyone together as one united community. Carry on with this torch of Manukta Di Seva. It gives me immense pleasure to share that a new Sunset Senior Center will be opening to the public very soon, creating a welcoming and inclusive space for our seniors and the broader community. Thank you to the Mayor and City Council and Power Commissioner for your continued support in making this a reality. We are grateful to the City of Vancouver for recognizing the importance of Sikh Heritage Month and for standing with the community in celebrating diversity, inclusions, and unity. Thank you once again for your leadership and support. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it could take me long to speak everybody.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, all. We appreciate the ability to gather on the unceded territories of our Indigenous sisters and brothers to mark this moment. On behalf of the World Sikh Organization of Canada, we wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the City of Vancouver, Mayor Sim, and all City Councillors for this proclamation and its recognition of the Sikh community in Canada. The World Sikh Organization of Canada has for over 40 years promoted and protected the interests of Sikh Canadians, but also all Canadians, regardless of background, around the world, and advocated for the human rights for all. Thank you again for marking this moment with the Sikh Canadian community. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Singing.
Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm now going to go over the plan for today. Plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 to continue to deal with the rest of the agenda. And if needed, we'll recess at 5 p.m. for dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. And the committee may adopt the recommendations for report 1 to 4 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. So before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, we have reports 1 through 4 on the consent agenda. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, and I'm not set up, but I would like to hold number
Okay.
1.
Councillor Fry would like to hold report number 1. It wasn't seconded yet. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll hold report 1, and we have we'll move reports 2, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda. Could I get a mover, please? Okay. Moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Report 2, 245 East Broadway Street, Vernon Block, facade grant. Report 3, housekeeping and miscellaneous updates to the Vancouver building bylaw and the electrical bylaw. And report 4, contract award for the provision of a recreation management system. So we'll now deal with report number 1. That's 2026 Animal Welfare Grant. So before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, this item does not have a presentation. Councillor Fry, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members.
Thank you. And sorry, I was just delayed in getting my computer up and running. I'm curious where I'm looking at the VOCRA grant and to the motion that was passed with a great deal of support from council back in April of 2025, looking for more regularized funding for stray cat management. And the number reflected in this grant doesn't nearly cover what the shortfalling for the Vancouver Orphan Kitten Rescue Association. So I'm curious if can shed any light if there's additional funding forthcoming for this, or is there, where are we at with the funding for feline control services in Vancouver?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this year we did allocate more funds towards VOCRA compared to last year. So last year's grant was $2,610, and this year we've allocated $4,034. We are still working with the organization and other organizations to see if we can provide some relief to VOCRA through other avenues as well. And we are working on the motion currently.
Okay, and so there is conversation with VOCRA about their funding challenges?
Yes.
Specific to, I think the cost of cat control in the city of Vancouver is closer to $80,000, I think they were looking for.
Yeah, I have been in conversations with them, and we're trying to work towards how we can better support them.
Okay, so that'll come through some kind of different regularized funding rather than the animal grants?
I can't speak to if we'll be able to provide more funding or not, but we are looking at other avenues to support them and look at other opportunities for other organizations to also take on some of that care.
Okay, and secondarily to this, on the rabbit control file as well, because I understand that is still a pressing issue and that we're dealing with a lot of feral stray rabbits in Jericho Park and attendant damage to the fields there. Is that going to be covered through these grants, or is that also a separate work plan potentially?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, would someone like to move a motion? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, not seeing any. So I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes report 1. Okay, just bear with me for a moment here. We are now going to move to council member motions. Motion 1, supporting the 2026 Vancouver Vaisakhi Parade and Festival, which was co-submitted by Mayor Sim and Councillor Klassen, and is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim, who I don't see present. So Councillor Klassen, I'm not sure if you're prepared to introduce that.
I've just, sorry, Chair, I just asked one of the mayor's office staff to grab him. He's with our visitors that were here earlier, so
Okay, maybe we can take a recess for 3 minutes, couple minutes. Okay, here he is. So before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, not seeing any. Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion today.
Sorry, if you can just give me 30 seconds.
Of course.
Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, I'm excited to introduce this motion in support of the 2026 Vancouver Vaisakhi Parade and Festival. For generations, Vaisakhi has marked a time of renewal, gratitude, and community, especially every year here in Vancouver. Organized by the historic Khalsa Diwan Society, the Vancouver Vaisakhi Parade is one of the largest festivals in the country, welcoming up to 250,000 people every single year. The Vaisakhi Parade is free, inclusive, and embodies the Sikh tradition of Langar, where everyone, regardless of background, is welcome and fed. We know that hosting an event of this magnitude has its challenges, and the costs associated with public safety, security, and traffic management have risen significantly in recent years. Unfortunately, despite cost reduction measures, the organizers are still facing a shortfall of approximately $45,000 this year. This motion proposes a one-time extraordinary grant to bridge that gap and ensure the continued success of this important community event under the appropriate governance standards necessary for any grant. This motion is about supporting a long-standing cultural tradition and reinforcing Vancouver's identity as an inclusive and welcoming city. And I do encourage council, and I hope council will support this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Klassen will second that motion. And we'll now hear from registered speakers to the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Paul Biesla. I saw Paul a few minutes ago.
Might just be in the other room.
Yeah.
We can, using the restroom. So,
seen him in the hallway, but we can come back to him. Okay, we'll come back to Paul. Speaker number 2, Preeti Frico. Good morning. Actually, sorry, the other one. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Trustee.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sim and the councillors. My name is Preeti Friedkot, and I'm speaking today as a community member. My family has been a part of Vaisakhi celebration since the late 1960s, and my grandfather served as a head priest at the Khalsa Diwan Society from the early 1980s to the late 1990s. This event is really important for my family. For me, Vaisakhi is deeply rooted in our culture, community, and tradition. It's something I grew up with. A time when people come together, share food, and celebrate in a way that is open and welcoming to everyone. The Vancouver Vaisakhi Parade is one of the largest cultural events in the world. It's free, volunteer-led, and bring together hundreds and thousands of people from all backgrounds. But with that scale coming the rising cost, especially around public safety, and it's becoming harder for our community to manage this all alone. From a cultural perspective, events like this are really important for everyone. They bring people together, build understanding, and reflect the diversity that makes Vancouver so special. I really appreciate the city of Vancouver, the council members, the mayor, and I'm just hoping that this important cultural tradition can continue safely for years to come. So I'm really looking for your support with this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here today. I see Paul Beasley here, so I'm just going to go back to speaker one. Paul, good morning. So, yep. And you can raise it.
It's fine.
There's just some buttons there.
Thank you. The timer's still going. Should I wait for it to be reset?
Sure. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Paul Beasley. I'd like to start off by saying our traditional greeting, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. And I want to recognize that I live, work, and play in the unceded territories of the Musqueam Nation, which I've grown up to call Sunset, but that was part of my upbringing. And I want to thank Mayor and Council for putting this motion forward to recognize and support this important event. This is Vaisakhi is in its 47th year. And we were, like many other organizations and event producers, we are facing increasing challenges. And it was very easy for us to kind of give up. It was for a multitude of reasons, which I'll explain briefly here. But it required the spirit and the strength of our community in order for us to continue to organize this event in the face of all these challenges. The financial aspect is just one challenge that we face. The other is the logistical challenges, the complexities that surround that. And also the other motivating factor in this continuation of producing this event was really to ensure that we continue to build bridges with other communities and build understanding. That's another component of Vaisakhi. Other than practicing our Sikh principles, which are human principles, we wanted to ensure that we took this opportunity to bridge cultural understanding, particularly because recently we've seen a lot of anti-immigrant and anti-Indian hate online, in person. And so it was very important for us to not back down, but to fight this new fight, if you will, against discrimination, against racism. And that's how I see Vaisakhi is not just an opportunity for us to share our Sikh values. It's not just an opportunity for our community to participate in the principle and spirit of seva, but to ensure that we counter these anti-immigrant and anti-immigrant and anti-Indian discriminatory narratives that take place and continue to take place. So I just wanted to say in closing, I just want to say this support is very important, and I'm very thankful to Mayor, Council, and all our partners at VPD as well. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, Paul. Speaker 3, Gulzar Nanda.
I'm the past chair of the Punjabi Market Collective, but I'm calling in today as a community member. I'd like to call in to support this motion to fund the 2026 Vancouver Vaisakhi Parade. As a community member, somebody who grew up in South Vancouver, I've had the opportunity to see this parade sort of transform. And at a very intimate level, my family, we've been enacting the principles of seva by doing langar at the Vaisakhi Parade for close to 2 decades now. Every April, people in my family, people in our extended network, we come together and we serve South Vancouver chole bhature. which is one of the most, I want to say, popular stalls in the market during Vaisakhi. But you know, it's not just what we're serving; it's what we're experiencing that's really important, which is this connection with people of all walks of life. It doesn't matter what your faith is. It doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter what your age is. Really, what we're doing is we're bringing people together, and we're doing it under the principles of Sikhism and, you know, in pursuit of our faith and our values. So, you know, if you take a look at some of the photos from the very early days when Vaisakhi was this brand new concept in Vancouver, you can see that it was a very small community event. But, you know, over the last 4 decades or so, it's turned into this really important day in Vancouver's sort of cultural calendar. And, you know, the city must do whatever it can to ensure that this is not lost for the residents of not just South Vancouver, not just Sunset, but, you know, the whole lower mainland and Canada. So I'm really hoping that you're able to support this motion and ensure that, you know, the community has the support it needs in order to, you know, in order to, you know, adapt to a changing landscape, especially when it comes around, you know, community safety, traffic management, and security. So, you know, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm calling in today, and I think that, you know, your vote to support will go a long way. So thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 4, Jags Sangera.
Not on the line.
We'll come back to them. Speaker 5, Taj Singh Johal.
Good morning, dear Mayor Kensem and members of Vancouver City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Today is a meaningful moment for our community as we celebrated the opening of Sikh Heritage Month. Through this official proclamation, it reflects Vancouver's ongoing commitment to diversity, inclusion, and recognizing the contributions of all communities. In that same spirit, I would like to speak about the Vancouver Vaisakhi Nagar Kirtan Parade, not just as an event, but as a powerful example of our community in action. This year marks the 47th annual parade. What began as a small gathering has grown into one of the largest Vaisakhi celebrations in Vancouver, bringing together hundreds of thousands of people from all backgrounds. It is a space where families, seniors, youth, and visitors come together to celebrate, connect, and learn from one another. At its core, Vaisakhi represents the universal values, service, equality, and unity. Through seva, traditions like langar, these values are not just expressed, they are lived. This event is also driven by community leaderships. Volunteers dedicated countless hours, and young people step forward to take a meaningful role. It creates a welcoming and inclusive environment that reflects the very best of Vancouver. However, as the parade continues to grow, so do the responsibilities, particularly around public safety. Coordinating traffic, emergency service, and crowd management requires significant increasing resources. These are the essentials to ensuring a safe, successful event. While we sincerely appreciate the city's support through the Fast Share policy funding, current funding does not fully meet the scale of these needs. At the same time, the parade contributes greatly to the city. It supports local businesses, brings people together, and strengthens community connections. Most importantly, it fosters understanding and unity across Vancouver. We are respectfully asking for your support in increasing funding for the Vancouver Vaisakhi Nagar Kirtan Parade so that it can continue to grow safely, remain inclusive, and serve our community effectively. This is an investment in public safety, community connections, and cultural understanding, youth leadership, and the strength of Vancouver as a diverse city. Thank you very much, Mayor Kensem and City Council.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker number 6, Jeff Tioli. Morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Tioli. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm the former film commissioner for the City of Vancouver and also served as a senior manager of Film and Special Events Branch. I support the report recommendations. However, it doesn't go far enough. This is a bit of a full circle moment for me. The last time I presented to Council was actually when we created the city's first comprehensive public event policy. The Vaisakhi Parade and Festival are an essential part of Vancouver's cultural fabric, and ensuring it proceeds this year is the right decision. But let's be honest about what's happening here. This isn't new, and it's not unique to Vaisakhi. We've seen this pattern before across multiple events in the city. There's urgency. A festival gets pushed to the brink, and then at the last moment, there's a scramble to step in and save it. And yes, that response is necessary in that moment, but if that's the only time we show up, then we need to call it what it is. If we only show up when something is about to fail, it is not support, it is neglect. We've seen this dynamic play out again and again. We keep celebrating putting out fires instead of preventing them. This is not a reflection on any one decision or any one group. It is a pattern we have fallen into as a city, and the cost of that pattern is carried by the event organizers. People who put enormous effort into delivering these events and who are left operating year to year, never knowing if they have the support they need. I've worked inside the city, and we've faced this exact issue before. And at the time, we didn't just respond to the immediate pressure, we worked towards a long-term approach that gave all festivals a significant increase in support and stability. That's when we designed the Fest Share program. And for a while, that worked. But over time, we've drifted back into old patterns. So when festivals are struggling year after year, it's not a failure on their part. It's a signal that the system around them isn't keeping up. What we're doing today is important, but it's still reactive. If we want to do better, we need to start focusing on prevention. Because while prevention doesn't come with headlines or sound bites, and it doesn't create a moment for anyone to step in at the last minute, it is what stability looks like. A well-run city provides predictable and ongoing support. It allows organizations to plan, and it respects the work they do by not forcing them into crisis year after year. So yes, approve this motion, but let's be clear. If we're back here again next year, having the same conversation, then we haven't solved the problem. We're just repeating it. Let's do better.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. That's the end of our speakers list, but we're going to go back to speaker number 4 to see if they're on the line. Do we have Jag Sangara?
Just checking. No. Don't see them in the chamber.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So thank you, everyone, for speaking to our Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just very simple remarks. This is an incredibly important cultural event for our city. It has been one that has been, it's arguably the largest in South Vancouver. It brings together tens of thousands, often over 100,000 people together, most often on beautiful, bright days with the cherry blossoms going up and down our streets. The parade, the celebration is an absolute part of who we are as a city. And I am extremely supportive of making sure that we can help get this important event over the line and be successful this year, and also continue to seek ways to make sure that we are be able to support the Vaisakhi Festival and the community in years to come. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Happy to speak in support of the motion itself. And, you know, I think that based on, of course, our last speaker's appropriate and salient points around long-term sustainability of our festivals, we're going to need to have a conversation about making sure that we've got the funding in place that is appropriate to current day financial pressures that these festivals face in the year leading up to planning for Vaisakhi or any of these festivals. And I think in doing so, we set up the organizers for success. We can join, of course, as good partners with the community, particularly here for Vaisakhi. But that goes beyond. We saw a similar one-time ask for Lunar New Year Festival. And I know there are other festivals. We had a one-time ask for Car Free Days. So we one-time ask to save fireworks for one night. Clearly, we have a problem here. And so we don't want to be reactive. And I certainly think the festivals are not as concerned as we may be in election years. They're concerned with putting on great festivals every single year. And so I support this ask, but what I really support is the last speaker's comments around bringing together what we've been doing iteratively over a number of years to make sure our festivals remain strong and well-funded. And there's a lot more work for us to do there. And that's really where I am going to be focusing my attention. So thank you very much to Mayor Sim for bringing this forward. We need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So also want to express my strong support of this motion to provide this much needed funding to support 2026 Vaisakhi Parade in City of Vancouver. I'll keep my remark brief. I attended many Vaisakhi Parade in the past. I think it's more than just a celebration. It is a deeply meaningful cultural and spiritual occasion that reflects the value of renewal, generosity, and community services. And here in Vancouver, it has grown into one of the largest and one of the most inclusive festival in our city, welcoming hundreds of thousands of residents and visitors each year. We all know at the heart of this celebration is the Khalsa Diwan Society, which has served the Sikh community and the broader Vancouver community for well over a century. Their leadership in organizing this event year after year speaks to an extraordinary commitment to volunteerism, cultural preservation, and civic pride. One of the most remarkable traditions of Vaisakhi I'm very impressed by that, is the sharing the free food, free drink with anyone and everyone. It's a powerful expression of equality, humility, and service. In many ways, it reflects that very best of what Vancouver strives to be: inclusive, welcoming, and compassionate. The motion proposed this much needed grant to help bridge the gap. I want to emphasize that it's about responding to a unique set of circumstances to ensure the continued success of this event and bring so much value and fun to our city. Supporting Vaisakhi is about supporting the community. It's about recognizing the contribution of Sikh Canadians and ensuring that it is cherished tradition can continue to thrive for future generations. So with this, wholeheartedly support this motion, and I look forward to seeing everyone at the parade. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. The Vaisakhi Parade is an important celebration of Sikh culture and community and for South Vancouver itself, and I'm very supportive of this motion. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that South Vancouver is a neighbourhood that's historically received less investment than other parts of the city, which makes community festivals like this all the more important. And I'm really glad that it sounds as though this event will go ahead this year, and I hope it signals a broader commitment to showing up for South Vancouver. And I'm also grateful for the comments of the last speaker and to Councillor Fry for the upcoming motion to explore more permanent solutions to sustainable festival funding, especially given the increasing costs of running them safely and the return on investment, both financial as well as social and cultural contributions that festivals make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
And I'll keep it brief. I want to thank the mayor and Councillor Klassen for recognizing this funding shortfall and the need to step in and support what is one of my absolute favorite festivals. I'm very much looking forward to some good weather, some good food, and good company as we walk through South Vancouver from Khalsa Diwan Society and up to Punjabi Market and enjoy all the fun and festivities. And I just want to, so with gratitude that we are stepping in and we're going to be able to support this and ensure that it goes off. But I also want to recognize the leadership of, in particular, Paul Biesla and his work in the logistics side of things, and recognizing that, you know, in light of the tragic events of April 26th, to pivot with a safety plan that is responsive to some of the new reality and ensuring that our participants and everybody enjoying Vaisakhi is can be sure that they're being utmost safety and consideration of their safety. And I really appreciate that level of leadership that came through from Paul Biesla and the Khalsa Diwan Society, and super looking forward to it. I'll see you guys on April 11th. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And echoing the thanks to the Mayor and Councillor Claassen for bringing forward the motion. I think with the upcoming Vaisakhi, it'll be my 9th Vaisakhi parade and festival, and it always brings great joy. But what I've experienced over the years is it has deepened my understanding and knowledge and awareness of the Sikh community and principles and practices that guide the community. And I think that is something that's not only a benefit to me as an elected councillor, but also to the broader community at large. And that was spoken to earlier when we were doing the Heritage Month proclamation. My younger daughter has attended Vaisakhi with a number of her friends. And so for me, I find that to be one of the offshoot benefits is the deepened knowledge and understanding that I take away and engagement with the community. And so I thank all the organizers. I appreciate Councillor Fry's acknowledgement of Paul Biesla's work behind the scenes, but for all community members involved in putting it on. And I'm incredibly excited to be joining you in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I will echo my gratitude and appreciation. It's a nice morning of synergy, having the opportunity to proclaim Sikh Heritage Month and have the community here and share that together. And then discussing a festival that is of such importance to the community. Like others I have attended many times, it is a joyful, a wonderful celebration. The spirit of Siva is very apparent. I think one of the things I look forward to the most is the snacks along the way that are so generously handed out by community members. And I know that you get to sort of know where those fun favorite spots are on the route. And I know the route's going to change a bit this year. So I really look forward to supporting it. I want to make a couple of reflections and observations. And I think that all of City Council is committed to a vibrant Vancouver. That has very much been, I think, part of the DNA of this council. And in fact, I think it's part of the DNA of the city and who we are as, who we are as a collective group of a diverse and welcoming city. And it is through our festivals that we have the opportunity to come together, to gather, to share culture, food, experiences, and learn about each other. And I think that that is an excellent thing. I think this council has been fully supported. It was referenced that there's been a number of ongoing changes over the years, such as establishing Fest Share and seeking to reduce things like public safety costs, all of that ahead of Lapu Lapu. I just want to level set us a little bit around where we are at this moment in time right now. Lapu Lapu was just a year ago. And I think the staff have been working. I myself brought a motion forward in 2022, I believe, about making it easier to host outdoor festivals and events and recognizing that the city needed to do the best that it could. And that resulted in the creation of a festival advisory group as to how can we better look for leveraging commonalities in terms of costs, et cetera. Since then, we've had extraordinary times. As I mentioned, Lapu Lapu new requirements, and we have seen a perfect confluence of challenges in terms of increase in costs, reduction in corporate sponsorship, the federal and provincial governments pulling out from their support. The city has stayed the course. And now we're at a moment where we have to respond and think, what more can we do? Can we do things differently, better, et cetera? And how we can support. And I think council's aligned on that. And so I'm very happy to support the motion. I think that it would do a disservice to the alignment that council has had around supporting the vibrancy of events when I hear comments from my colleagues around, is it political or an election year? When again, Lapu Lapu was just last year, all of these things that we're seeing now about for example, feds and provinces coming out has happened for this year, in the year. And so I'm struck a bit by the irony of a reference by one of my colleagues that it's political when we have a political candidate wearing a political button in council chambers. And I think we well know that it is our practice to not have signage, slogans, and political branding in the chamber. So if it wasn't political, I don't think we'd have a candidate wearing a political button. So I hope that we can all rise above that and actually support our festivals and events sector collectively and as a council and as a whole, because it makes our city richer. And I think we are better when we are divided and speaking in one voice on this for the right reasons that respond to our community who are saying this is when we need you to stand up and help, and we are here to do that and here to help. And I'm proud to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to pass the chair to my vice chair just to make a few brief comments. Wholeheartedly support this support for Vaisakhi. I'm really excited for 2 weeks from now. As many of us know, and as many Vancouverites know, this is an amazing celebration in Vancouver. And it celebrates the vibrant culture of the Sikh Canadian community in South Vancouver, and fingers crossed for good weather this year. As mentioned by many of my colleagues, all festivals across our city have been facing increasing costs due to inflation and also increased security in light of the tragedy at the Lapu Lapu Festival last year. And we're actively working to seek ways to better support festivals across our city, in addition to our Fest Share program. As mentioned by my colleague, Councillor Kirby Young, the city has remained and in many cases increased our support of festivals and parades across our city over the past year, while unfortunately the province and federal government have retreated and in many cases pulled back funding for festivals. So we're there to support festivals across our city. We know this is what makes living in Vancouver vibrant and exciting and rich in culture and diversity. And in closing, I'm really happy to support this motion, and I want to thank Mayor Sim for bringing it forward and helping to support this year's Vaisakhi Festival and Parade, which I'm very much looking forward to. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. So that completes our speakers list, and I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're now going to move to motion 2, fostering inclusive and diverse democracy through harassment prevention, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Orr, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm bringing forward this motion because at its core, it speaks to something very simple: trust. Trust in our institutions, trust in our process, trust that decisions are made at this table that are grounded in fairness, transparency, and accountability. The Elect Respect campaign emerged as a response to increasingly toxic, polarized, and at times personal attacks in our civic discourse. The idea was simple but important, that even in disagreement, there are standards of honesty, of accountability, and of respect. That should guide how we engage with one another and with the public. Over the past while, we've seen how quickly that trust can be strained. Recent tensions have put a spotlight on why this motion matters right now. This motion is about ensuring that we are setting clear expectations, that we are acting consistently, and that we are giving the public confidence that the rules apply the same way to everyone. And it's important. And more importantly, it's about recognizing that the credibility of this council doesn't come from any one decision. It comes from the cumulative effect of how we conduct ourselves, how we treat each other, and how we demonstrate accountability to the people we serve. So I hope colleagues will see that this is not a political exercise, but a constructive step, a step towards reinforcing the integrity of our processes and toward rebuilding and maintaining the public trust that all of us, regardless of affiliation, rely on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Maloney. Thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is David Bray. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. My name is David Ray. I am a Vancouver resident. I am someone who believes deeply in the importance of healthy participatory democracy, which is why you will be hearing from me a few times today. I'm here today in strong support of Councillor Orr's motion for Council to endorse the Elect Respect pledge that commits to building a more respectful political culture in our city. At its core, democracy is about participation. It's about ordinary people believing that they belong in public life and that their voices matter, that their ideas deserve to be heard, and that they can step forward to lead without fear. However, now across Canada and here in Vancouver, we are seeing something deeply disappointing. Harassment, intimidation, and toxic political discourse are pushing people away from civic participation. And as this motion notes, that harm falls mostly on women, Indigenous people, racialized communities, and other equity-deserving groups. When those voices are pushed out, democracy becomes smaller and it becomes weaker. Recently, I heard from a fellow nominee who continues to experience harassment in both comments and direct messages that have nothing to do with policy, nothing to do with ideas, and everything to do with tearing someone down for daring to participate in public life. They brushed it off, saying that's just the way things are. And unfortunately, stories like this are becoming far too common. Democracy must belong to everyone, not just those with power, resources, or thick skin. Democracy belongs to the working people, the marginalized communities, to newcomers, to young people, to our elders, to everyone. And if we want that kind of democracy, we must protect the conditions that make participation possible. Respect isn't weakness. Respect is infrastructure for democracy. This motion doesn't ask Council to agree on every policy or ideology. Debate will always be a part of politics, as it should be. But what it asks is something much simpler and more fundamental, that disagreements focus on ideas and policies, not on personal attacks. I would encourage every councillor to support this motion, because a respectful political culture benefits everyone, regardless of ideology. It protects councillors, candidates, and community members alike. It encourages more people to step forward and run for office. And ultimately, it strengthens the legitimacy of the democratic system itself. Vancouver has an opportunity to lead here. As the motion notes, municipalities across Canada have already endorsed the pledge, but none yet here in BC. By voting in favor of this today, Vancouver can set that example. We can show that even in a time of polarization, we still believe in solidarity, in dignity, and democratic participation for all. Vancouver is strongest when we take care of each other. Thank you for your time. I'll speak to you all again in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks, David. Speaker 2 withdrew, as well as Speaker 3. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the committee on Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just also want to note that it still shows motion 1 that we're speaking to, so just for folks following along online.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I really just want to say thank you to the mover of the motion, Councillor Orr, and our speaker. I am familiar with Halton Region very well through my role with FCM, and it's a big conversation at the FCM table among board members and membership in terms of the ongoing harassment, particularly since COVID, that elected officials face. I think it's been highlighted in the speaker's comments that there's a naturally that there is a certain amount of scrutiny, let's say, that politicians are held to a high standard and ought to in terms of how they conduct themselves, and that we should be debating policy as part of what we do. But I think that with social media and the invisibility of some of those tactics, it does increase the level of harassment and vitriol that is targeted towards elected officials, but then also creates a really negative cycle back to the public. And so there is something really concerning, I think, about the decline in the decorum between elected officials and the public going back and forth. And we see that playing out on X, we see that playing out on other social media platforms. And the concern that I face, having been elected now for 8 years, the concern I have is that it's not being normalized. and it's not normal. Going back to the days where there was no online anything and we'd be writing letters and talking face to face, I think the system was set up for that kind of debate and that kind of discussion. The system's not set up for what we have now. And so the piece that I feel important to raise, and as somebody who, through the work, the national body work, has actively engaged in increasing women's participation in local government. I look at the Elect Respect campaign, and I appreciate bringing that to our attention through this motion to join that effort right across the country, and that I think we should sign on to that. And when I look at Marianne Ward, who was the mayor of, or is the mayor of Burlington, and comments on not leaving politics because somebody's bullied her out of this profession, but leaving on her own terms, I relate to that. And then also, you know, that it's far more prevalent amongst women and those who are racialized to experience a much higher level. And I'll note that there was in the last round of municipal elections with Quebec, 800 members elected to municipal government resigned before their term was up. That's a stunning number. And it just shows that we need to create an environment where good people and people from diverse backgrounds see themselves as somebody who could run for council and represent their communities. And also, we have to create an environment, this isn't just about the electeds, but where the public feel like their input is valid and valued. And so it becomes an agreement, like an unspoken agreement between the public and the elected, that we commit to a level of decorum and workability, that we put down guards and we open up our ears and listen to one another. And so that's what I see happening through this campaign. So we're in a Vancouver bubble in this conversation, but it extends far beyond that. And so I'll sign on and I'll support the motion.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Thank you to Councillor Orr for moving this motion, and I think it's a good complement to our Code of Ethics and Oath of Office. I think the most important aspect of it for me is that the treatment of politicians between each other, and also bullying and harassment that can occur of sitting politicians, can dissuade people from running for office, and especially those from more diverse backgrounds that we need to see represented in positions of power, making decisions on behalf of our entire community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Councillor Orr, for bringing this forward. Lest anybody got the impression from sort of the comments to the dialogue or the thrust of this motion, I want to just maybe through you, Chair, ask a question of the mover. Has your, and just sort of speaking between you and me, having been colleagues in this chamber now for approximately a year, has our experience working together been generally a very positive one?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Yeah. And when you first came into the chamber, of course, you were probably greeted, I think, probably in a way, but perhaps you can describe it yourself in terms of making sure that you were welcomed in this environment with working with us.
Yeah, I would say it was a welcoming environment for sure.
Okay. And even in terms of like working together collaboratively, you've seen that. I think the headlights motion that passed successfully unanimously involved some collaboration with council members here on our side, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, what was the question? That we do collaborate?
Acknowledging that the collaboration does go on here. So I just don't want anybody outside of the chamber to sort of get the impression that sort of level of toxicity that is really the target of some of this is actually something that goes on on political lines in any way. That's all. I do think that this is an important dialogue and conversation. I have been obviously in my time as an early adopter of social media, I've watched how conversations have become quite dark. And while we have very little control over the people out in the public who support us, certainly I think we have to comport ourselves in a way that we would expect that in return that we would be able to have sort of positive and productive dialogue about how to advance the public good in this city as well. So I realize that this doesn't necessarily extend to social media, and I know that I think certainly since the by-election, I haven't felt any particular direct personal attacks from any member of the chamber, but I also know that out in the community, it's sometimes extraordinarily hostile, and I hope that by supporting work like this, that we can maybe convey out to the broader community as well how important it is that that level of civility is shared by those of us who are very active and interested in again, the future of the work we do here at City Hall. But thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Klassen's level setting on some of this. I do think that, and I certainly don't want to get into an item that's before the courts, but certainly there has been issues that probably would transcend what we would consider respectful under this context. And I think that it's helpful to just level set with this sort of a pledge and recognize that that we can do better. And I say that for myself too, because I'm often taking shots at colleagues in the social media arena or what have you. And as we enter silly season, of course, we do see more of that kind of thing. But I also, I have a different recollection of when Councillor Orr first got elected and in a press conference that was held that was, very not welcoming to Councillor Orr and perhaps misrepresented some of his comments online. So again, I think that just to be, kind of broader in thinking about this, it's always good if we can kind of like just think back and think forward and do take that kind of pledge to respect. I think this is helpful and certainly I don't want to relitigate the past or what's even before the courts now, but I do think that it is a good reminder that we can always do better. And I thank Councillor Orr for bringing it forward, and I thank everybody for being open to this concept.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to bring up the same thing. While generally the environment was very welcoming, and I do appreciate that. There was a time where I didn't want to come to work instantly before I was even sworn in. I felt terrified to step into this building. I was getting death threats before I was even sworn in because of this press conference that Councillor Fry mentioned. And it happened again a few months later. And I'll echo the same words as Councillor Fry. I can do better, and I think I have. I think I have stepped up in my dialogue, online. But this whole thing has been very difficult for me, for my family. And we had a break, and it was great. Beautiful spring break. And yesterday, when I tried to come back to work, I almost couldn't come back in because that wave of anxiety that rushed over me was stepping in this room. I almost couldn't do it. And thankfully, I had a colleague to talk me through it, walk me through it. I didn't ask for any of this. Yes, I've been vocal. I've been passionate. I've been political. But nobody should have gone through what I went through at any point in this. And I'm saying this as a very privileged white man that can take a lot of this. I can dish it out. I can take it. But this is what we're talking about. This dissuades people from ever wanting to sign up. Indigenous people, people of color, queer people, right? And that's what this is about. This isn't about a tit for tat. This wasn't directed at how I was welcomed in. This is just we can all do better across the country. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I do we want to take a moment, Chair, before I start? Okay. Yeah, I appreciate having, I appreciate this conversation. It's an important one, and I appreciate us having an open dialogue around it. I think that this is my second term on council, and I will say personally, I have never gotten political against individuals. I just don't. It's not my style. Issues, I think, are absolutely fair to debate. And I think it's fair to have, strong opinions, and I think it's fair to hold each other to account and debate the issues. That is our job, right? And that should happen in the public forum, in the council chamber, and it happens in other forums when we're out in community, online, social media, et cetera. I always find it deeply regretful when there are personal attacks and commentaries and characterization. And Councillor Orr and I may have been characterized for very different reasons, but I have lived it. I remember last term, there was a certain motion related to funding of the police that was debated. And I think there was about, 350, 400 letters that came in that suggested that I was, what was the commentary? I think my mind blocked it out. It was a little bit of a sort of a defense mechanism, but that I was racist, which I thought was an interesting one. There's many things that you can take me up on. That might not be the one to choose. My married name is Y-U-N-G. So I thought that was an interesting choice. It alluded to the fact that I was married to a killer cop. I should divorce my word I cannot repeat in the council chamber. Very unfortunate. And I should watch my back. I had to deal with corporate security. I was asked to vary my routine and think about where I went and coffee shops. And I thought, this is wrong. At what point did we become a city like this where we can't have a debate? A very passionate topic, obviously, and an issue. But all to say that this has been going on for some time. And it's not for the faint of heart. And I have to say, grateful at the time that I didn't have to necessarily, perhaps because of my background and being more keenly aware of security, have to go through some of the learnings of a new counselor of having things like an unlisted phone number, an unlisted home address, different things that different cautions that you take. So I'm fully supportive of creating an environment. I think that it probably is helpful to note that we are heading into an election year, and I think we can all, there's going to be a lot of politics in that. I think it was referenced silly season, or we can dish it out. I don't think we should be dishing it out. I think we should be debating ideas and dialogue. I don't think that we should be dishing it out, quote on each other. And I'm not sort of picking on that. I'm just using that in terms of offering a perspective. So yeah, I mean, let's hold each other to account. Let's debate the issues and the ideas. But it would be really great coming up. It's April 1st today. We've got a few more months left in this chamber to the end of July. If we could refrain from a lot of the political commentary and innuendos, if motions are political or not, and just bring your A game and debate motions on content and their merits or their non-merits, and be substantive and researched in the arguments. And I would suggest that that is the opportunity that this council has ahead of us in the next few months to do that. So I'm happily will support the pledge. I've experienced it as a woman. I don't need to share all the different examples of things that others have. I shared one that was quite personal to me, but there you go. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the discussion this morning. I think it's important.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
I just wanted to very briefly express my support for Councillor Orr, who's been just an incredible colleague and always has the interests of the broader community, especially the most vulnerable members of our community, in his heart, and with all the work that he does, and has had to deal with a great deal of stress and very stressful situations that have been amplified by his high-profile position and his elected position. But I certainly have appreciated very much his support on council since we were elected.
and I think you're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for the important discussion. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. And that completes motion 2. Okay, the next item is motion 3, reversing the costly ban on supportive housing, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Before I begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks very much, Chair. So this motion is coming 1 year after a previous motion was brought forward that temporarily put a pause on any net new supportive housing. As a reminder, through that process, there were various user groups that were hived out of that motion that has created a lot of confusion in terms of how the public interpreted that pause. And more concerning to me is how the region, the province, and the country have interpreted that motion. If I'm trying to think of like, what's the analogy? This is what I'm seeing, this is what I'm hearing in terms of the importance of providing purpose-built supportive housing. There are buildings in Kitsilano, there are buildings in Dunbar, there are buildings in East Vancouver, there are buildings in South Vancouver that are very well-functioning buildings that provide housing with supports, healthcare, food programs, including mental health, embedded counseling, accessible services within these buildings for folks who need it. And what I'm concerned with is we've put in the window that we are temporarily pausing building supportive housing, and that the fine print may say, well, we will build it for certain groups, but not for others. But nobody's looking at that. And what it's also done is sent, I think, a ripple effect through the region where we see projects being canceled and the pressure of those elected officials having Vancouver set a tone that we're not helping folks that need housing. And that's happening in Burnaby, it's happening in Richmond, it's happening in surrounding communities. So I think it's time to show leadership on this, reverse that ban, and start addressing the homelessness crisis we have before us today.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. Okay, we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will also ask our speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Ali Wang.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ali Wang. I'm a volunteer in Chinatown and a monthly donor to Union Gospel Mission in Vancouver's downtown east side for over 10 years. At this meeting today, I oppose expanding supportive housing under the current model. To be clear, I fully support helping people who are experiencing homelessness. However, I have concerns about how the current approach is working. I would like to make 3 points. First, homelessness is not just a housing issue. It is also a healthcare issue. Over 60% of people experiencing homelessness face mental health challenges. Housing alone cannot solve this problem. Proper medical treatment and long-term support are essential. Second, not everyone who is homeless uses drugs. If supportive housing always allows drug using by default, people who don't use drugs may feel unsafe or unwilling to move in. Third, many people struggling with addiction want to recover. I think we should focus more on providing accessibility of that kind of treatment. Free treatment and more recovery beds are needed. not only the supportive housing, and that now is the bad model people can use drug inside. So because of these concerns, many residents are worried. We already saw, low barrier supportive housing that allows drug use can lead to safety risk, poor conditions, and drug-related activity in surrounding areas. So I think we should focus on this kind of problem. We should solve these things and organize well that the supportive housing, we already had it. Vancouver has 8,000 units of supportive housing, but the whole Vancouver area we only have like 5,000 or 6,000 homelessness. So from this concern, I don't agree to build more supportive housing now in Vancouver. I think if the police don't distinguish between different needs, we risk spending significant resources without solving the problems and increase community tensions. Homelessness in Vancouver is also a provincial and national issue, and may require stronger federal support and provincial support, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Speaker number 2, Jolie Trost. Morning. Yes.
Okay. Hello, this is Jolie Trost. I lived in Vancouver before, but I moved out because it's becoming more and more toxic and chaotic. So I want to talk about the drug issue in the supportive housing, and I'm going to show you this. For example, this is the supportive housing project, okay? And then what you will see from here, what you get, something coming out of it. It's unexpected. Okay, so the spider is not what we want. That's what I'm talking about. This is the drug issue we're not happy with. This is the supportive housing project we're happy with. Okay, so what you get is not what you want. That's the issue. So I'm talking about the drug. That's not good. All right, supportive housing, we support it. So I'd like to read a letter from mom whose daughter died because of the drug issue. Okay, she authorized me to read her letter. It's very heartbreaking. My name is Yan. I'm a mother. I'm here today because my 14-year-old daughter, Emily, lost her life to fentanyl poisoning in January last year. Before I speak about what happened, I want to briefly share who we are as a family. We're a hardworking, law-abiding family. I hold a master's degree in materials science and engineering, and my husband holds a master's degree in statistics. We built our careers through years of dedication in Japan, and we came to Vancouver in 2007, believing it was a safe and hopeful place to raise our children. We raised our daughters with care, responsibility, and faith. We do not smoke, drink, or use any drugs. We believed the drugs were far from our lives, but we were wrong. Despite every effort we made, we could not protect our younger daughter. Emily was only 14 years old. She was bright, creative, and full of curiosity. She loved painting, music, and reading fantasy adventure novels. She was active and energetic. She excelled in skiing, swimming, and mountain activities. She cared about others and even shared food with people experiencing homelessness. She is a pure-hearted and nice girl, and she should still have been here today. Over the past year, I have had to face a painful truth. What happened to my daughter was not just a personal tragedy, it reflects a much larger crisis affecting our children and our community. I will not go through every detail today, but I want to highlight a few critical points. My daughter was gradually exposed to risks through An add-on man who groomed her, supplied strong alcohol, and committed sexual assaults against her. Early exposure to substances like vaping and alcohol, increasing access to drugs, including methamphetamine and cannabis edibles, and eventually.
Sorry, speaker. I'm very sorry, but you're over time, and we have to go to the next speaker.
Okay.
I apologize.
Thank you very much. But please, I will send you the email with the link of her story and this letter. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 3, Jason Chi. On the phone, I believe.
And not on the line, Chair.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 4, Thang Wang.
Also not on the line.
Come back. Speaker 5, Cynthia Shi.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi,
Can you hear
Cynthia.
me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Cynthia. I'm not living in city of Calgary, but I go to the Chinatown in Vancouver very often. Since the city I'm living do not have a Chinatown, going to Chinatown in Vancouver is becoming part of my life now. I used to be a registered social worker before my retirement, working with people with different barriers. When thinking of this proposal to remove the costly ban on supportive housing, I felt it was very hard just simply say yes or no. Because we care about people with disability, women who was abused, seniors in poverty, and people with different barriers. But when it comes to the word costly, that brings the key issue. In the workplace, we have yearly job performance review. Then does the city have yearly job performance review? Where the taxpayers' funds go? How effective was the investment? Was the government accountable? The evolving of the East Hastings Street hurt me too much. With the time going, the situation was going worse. It seems that it is not only a housing issue, but healthcare, education, employment, economic development, and city management issues. Everyone knows that if someone is getting an infectious disease, he or she needs to be admitted into the hospital until he or she is no more infectious, then can be released into the community to live with normal or vulnerable people like youth and seniors. I hope that people can accept that drug abuse is infectious. If so, is mixing people using drugs voluntarily with most vulnerable people a good practice and can help to make the situation better? A 14-year-old lovely girl died from drug overdose shocked us. She was influenced by people near her and was able to get drugs from the street with only a couple of dollars. Imagine she did not die from overdose and was still alive. What her future will be like if she kept addicted? Will she be better off by just providing her with a room, or she needs detox, education, proper training to put her back into track? Then it comes to the question on the strategy we need to review. How to deal with the situation of the East Hastings Street in a practical and a sustainable way.
Sorry,
we need
Cynthia.
to bridge up those.
Sorry, you're over time, but thank you for calling and thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Just to remind all speakers get up to 3 minutes to address council. So I will have to move on to the next speaker just due to time constraints. But we'll go to speaker 6, Jackie Zhang. We'll come back. Speaker number 7, Wei Xia.
Hello?
Hi, is that Wei?
Yes, yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. Can I, okay,
Please go ahead.
so yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking for myself. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and also I'm speaking on behalf of my family members and the friends who shared the same concerns, which I will list below. I'd like to urge you to not to lift the current pause on supportive housing. The pause under discussion was never a blanket ban. That's what we believe. It was a targeted pause on new city land or funding contributions for certain homelessness response with supportive housing projects, while still allowing projects already underway, like a replacement housing, health-related housing, and housing for seniors, women, family, and youth, etc. So we believe this was a policy about priorities and accountability, not a rejection of compassion. Vancouver and the BC have invested heavily in supportive housing for years. Vancouver already has almost 8,000 supportive housing units, as the previous speaker indicated, and more units are already in the pipeline. Yet homelessness remains at a record high in Vancouver. That tells us that the issue is no longer whether we have tried enough, it is whether the current model is producing strong enough results to justify more expansion. Vancouver, as according to data, we also know Vancouver is carrying more than its fair share. We know that Vancouver has 25% of Metro Vancouver's population. However, more than 77% of the region's supportive housing and more than 67% of the shelter spaces are located in Vancouver. So keeping this pause is one of the few ways to insist that other municipalities finally do their part instead of continuing to rely on Vancouver to absorb more of the region's unmet needs. We also need to be realistic about limited resources. From a financial perspective, the city is undergoing pressure. Vancouver faces rising operating and capital costs, infrastructure funding gaps, police and fire budget shortfalls, and continued property tax increases. That's what I've been experiencing as a homeowner in Vancouver. At the same time, BC and Canada are also facing tighter fiscal conditions. As a result, we believe the government no longer have the same room to keep expanding expensive programs without clear evidence of effectiveness. In this environment, we think the priority should be to replace unsafe housing first, improve management and expand treatment, mental health care, and addiction recovery. The 2025 motion itself called for stronger mental health and drug use responses alongside housing, and we believe that ABC Party made a very wise decision. That's also how public opposition can be reduced. When people see unsafe housing replaced, better care in place, and a better public outcome, they're more likely to support supportive housing. At present, people from many different communities and cultural backgrounds are raised.
Sorry, speaker, it's a little hard to hear you. We just have a bit of trouble hearing you.
You cannot hear me?
It's a little muffled.
Okay. Is it better now?
That's better. Yep.
Okay. So at present, people from many different communities and cultural backgrounds are raising concerns about safety, drug-related issues, and mental health challenges associated with supportive housing. This shows that public confidence in the current system is weak, and that many residents are not convinced that existing model is working effectively. We do not help vulnerable people by repeating a model without proving it works. We help them by making housing safer, care stronger, and public investment more effective. Compassion matters, but compassion must also be effective, accountable, and fair. So please do not lift this pause until there is real regional responsibility, real replacement of unsafe housing, and the real evidence that the system is working better. Thank you so much. If you missed my previous part, I will be willing to wait till the end to do deliver my thoughts again. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 8, Vicky Wei.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and councilors. My name is Vicky Wei. Today I'm here to oppose the motion reversing the costly ban on the supportive housing. I'm a mother of an 11-year-old child. Near my house, there's a supportive housing building. For years, drug dealing has taken place in the alley behind my house. I volunteer with my community safety patrols and regularly walk through the neighborhood. Even so, I no longer allow my child to play freely in the alley the way I did when I was young. The sense of safety is gone. In the evening, when I walk my dog in the alley, the drug dealer used their car high-beam highlights to warn me that I'm not welcome. This is the reality residents are living with. My neighbors have reported drug transactions to the police multiple times, even providing evidence with a video camera. Nothing changes. This deeply frustrating our law-binding residents. One day, I saw a teenager look like a high school student, still wearing a backpack, laying on the ground in front of my neighbor garage, where the drug dealing frequently occurs. The child appeared to be serious distress. That image has stayed with me. My community was not like this before the supportive housing was built. My family is not heartless. We regularly volunteer with organizations that support people experience homelessness, preparing food and helping where we can. I want my child to understand compassion and responsibility. But my child has asked a difficult question to me. Mom, after years of helping, why does the situation not seem to improve? Homelessness is not simply about lacking housing. It deeply connects to addiction. Building more housing without confronting drug use and trafficking does not solve the problem. I urge elected officials to face this reality honestly, focusing resources on addressing addictions and drugs in the most compassionate way to protect community and truly help Vancouver's most vulnerable people. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for calling. Speaker number 9, Wallace Pong. Morning.
Morning. Let's be direct. I'm the founder of VVote, which have connected more than 15 cities all around the BC communities. We shouldn't be here arguing if the BC housing supportive housing policy is successful. Opposition to this supportive housing project is not a lack of compassion. It is a refusal to accept policies that repeatedly failed both vulnerable individuals and the surrounding communities. Ask yourself, have you done due diligence before you come here today? Ask yourself, if you support one within, whether you support one housing like this within 150 meters of your own home, your kids' school. Think and study the truth of the consequences of your votes, and should represent the people who give you the votes. Have you asked yourself, your own neighbors, have you done your due diligence before you come here today? Jesse Affleck, a 22 years old recovered former drug addiction victim, and he's running the Richmond Council now because he really think, his real experience told him that the current provincial supportive housing policy is not working, but instead keeping the drug addiction victims in the sea of the drugs. He strongly wants the government to use the resources to build detox programs and the facilities instead of failing supportive housing programs. Community safety is not negotiable. It is the most basic responsibility of government. Without safety, there's no real compassion, no quality of life, no stable communities. Public safety concerns are not theoretical. They are not driven by prejudice. Okay. The negative impact associated with many supportive housing and low barrier facilities are widely reported, documented, and please check, It's everywhere. And easily verified. Residents are not imagining these risks. They are responding to observable patterns. Over the past 3 months, the former Surrey, South Surrey to Richmond to Burnaby, Abbotsford, a lot of cities, reached me to help to express their concerns, their opinions to the governments. The problem about this policy is it's bigger than only the housing facilities. It's only about the democratic procedures. It's being harmed. The people, the residents are not, their right of consultation has been taken away. Yet the government continue to present housing as a simplified solution to deeply complicated problems.
Sorry, Wallace.
Severe addiction, and
You are
mental
over
health
time.
crisis. A housing
Wallace, apologies, you're over time.
All right.
I gave you a few extra seconds. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll now go to speaker number 10. Apologies, speaker number 10 is withdrawn. Speaker 11, Lisa Liu. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 12, Bonnie Wong.
Hello.
Hi, Bonnie. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, hi. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I think the reason that I'm using has been mentioned by previous speakers, but I'm still going to say that. So I'm strongly opposed the motion 3. City of Vancouver has approximately 25% of Metro Vancouver's population. However, it has already contains about 77% of the region's supportive housing, far more than its proportional share. Given this imbalance, it is reasonable to pause the construction of additional supportive housing within the City of Vancouver. Homelessness is a regional issue across Metro Vancouver. So therefore, supportive housing should be more equitably distributed throughout the entire Metro Vancouver region, rather than concentrated in the City of Vancouver. The City of Vancouver only has limited resources, and it serves the entire city's residents. So it should wisely use its limited resources. Thank you, and thank you for the council's patience of listening to our reasons.
Thank you, Bonnie, for calling. Speaker number 13, David Ray. Hi.
I'm David Ray, a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Bly's motion to reverse the ban on new supportive housing in Vancouver. I would assume we are all well aware that Vancouver is in a housing crisis. It's getting harder for people to afford a place to live, as Councillor Bly stated, whether we earn $200,000 a year or $20,000 a year. And at the very bottom of that crisis are people who have no place to live at all. Homelessness is rising across the region, with the most recent count showing a 9% increase since 2003 and a staggering 26% increase in unsheltered homelessness here in Vancouver. Those are our neighbors. They're not just numbers. Those are the people sleeping in parks, in doorways, and in tents across the city. Supportive housing is one of the most proven tools we have to address that reality. It provides not only housing, but access to the services people need to stabilize their lives, including healthcare, mental health support, and addiction services. Supportive housing works. That's why it's so concerning that Vancouver currently has this policy that prevents new supportive housing investments, a decision that effectively blocks provincial and federal funding from being used here in our own city. At a time when governments are prepared to fund hundreds of supportive homes across BC, while we are in need of thousands, Vancouver, who faces some of the most visible impacts of the housing crisis, has chosen to step aside. That doesn't make any sense. If we are serious about addressing homelessness, if we are serious about improving safety and stability in our communities, then we must be willing to use every tool that's available to us. Supportive housing is about something very basic, the belief that everyone deserves a home. Not just people who are already doing well, not just people who can compete in an increasingly unaffordable housing market. It's for everyone, because housing isn't just a commodity or an investment. Housing is a foundation for dignity, for stability, and for community. This motion offers Council an opportunity to correct that course and allow Vancouver to once again partner with provincial and federal governments to build the supportive housing our city urgently needs. Council, Mayor, I urge you to support this motion. Vancouver is strongest when we take care of each other. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, thanks, David. Speaker 14, Natasha Wahid. Okay, we'll come back. Speaker 15, Iona Bonamy.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonamy, and my Chinese name is Tao Siwing. I'm speaking in support of this motion, and I want to clarify that I'm speaking on behalf of myself, who is a concerned mom and Vancouverite, born and raised here in Vancouver, and have seen Vancouver, how it's changed over the last few decades. Over the last few months, a lot of misinformation has been spread about what supportive housing is. They've been characterized as drug houses instead of what they truly are, which are affordable housing with on-site essential services to help people experiencing homelessness, violence, trauma, and mental health problems get back on their feet. When the motion to have a temporary ban on net new supportive housing projects was passed, the rationale given was that other municipalities would step up and build more supportive housing. But we know that is not actually the case. Instead, municipalities are looking to Vancouver and saying, well, look, Vancouver is not building it, so why should we? Given the ban has not worked as planned, we need to act responsibly and reverse it. We know more affordable housing would boost public safety. Studies show that affordable housing cuts substance use and enhances mental health. So to improve public safety in our city, we must reduce the number of people who are forced to live on the streets. We also know that homelessness costs taxpayers more than providing housing. According to a 2024 study, annual healthcare costs for people experiencing homelessness in Canada are 6 times higher than those of housed people. Furthermore, people who are experiencing homelessness often end up in the hospital because of the health issues they face as a result of being homeless. This places a lot of stress on our medical system and makes it harder for other people to receive medical attention. So in conclusion, I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this motion. We need to make sure that no one is left behind and that our communities are truly safe and affordable for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 16, Dan Lau. Is that Dan? Hello, is that Dan? Having a bit of a hard time hearing you. Okay. Is that as high as it goes? Yeah. Dan, are you there?
Yeah, but now, yeah, looking for any,
Sorry, Dan, it's really hard to hear you. If you have the meeting playing in the background.
try to produce properly.
Sorry, Dan, we're going to have to come back to you. We can't hear you. Sorry, Dan, we're going to have to come back to you. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Apologies. We'll come back to that speaker. Next speaker, Jean Swanson.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Jean Swanson. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Jean Swanson. I'm representing the Carnegie Housing Project, which is a project of the board of the Carnegie Community Center Association. Vancouver residents support the motion. First, the motion is consistent with the MOU that you signed with the province about the Granville Street SROs, even though it makes no sense to us to close down 280 SRO rooms while over 2,000 precious humans are homeless in the streets. But second, there's a desperate need for housing to get people off the streets. You can't recover from physical or mental illness or stabilize an addiction without housing. And homelessness contributes to and causes physical and mental illness and causes people to use drugs. A lot of speakers have spoken out about the evils of drug use. Yes, it's hard to get off drugs. The question is, will we help people get off or stabilize if they don't have housing? If you can't get housing, your chance of getting off drugs or stabilizing is pretty low. People on the street have told me that they turn to drugs to cope with being homeless. So housing is a key. So if I were you, I would not only pass this motion, I'd get down on my knees and beg the feds and province for funds for enough supportive housing to get everyone off the street so they don't have to sleep on sidewalks and in front of businesses. And I bet if you did that, a lot of other folks in the city, including community groups and businesses, would join you. That's it.
Thank you, Jean. Speaker 18, Vicky Tang. That Vicky? Hello, is Vicky there? We'll come back to them. Okay. Speaker 19, Tommy Sun.
I'm here. Can you hear me, sir?
Hi, Tommy. I have to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver. Are you a resident?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Mayor and the council, my name is Thompson. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the motion seeking to reverse the ban on new supportive housing. I support maintain the freedom because the current model is fundamentally flawed. It does not solve the crisis. It depends on the divide in our society. The biggest mistake is it's one-size-fits-all grouping. We are forcing vulnerable women, children, and seniors into the same building as an individual with mental health issue and hard drug addiction. And this kind of low barrier housing usually allow that kind of person use a hard drug inside freely. This is not a support. It's a social warehouse. And the council member, let's be honest, the drug addiction cluster in our city are not something Vancouver is proud of, especially as we host FIFA 2026 World Cup. We can see an repeated interesting pattern. Whenever a major international event arrived here, the city's first response is to clean up and hide the problem. If this model were truly a success, we would be showcasing it to the world, not rushing to hide it from international visitors. If we have to hide it, it is the failed model. For those suffering from illness, medical care first is the only human solution. A house is not a hospital. Placing individuals in community housing without 24-hour clinical intervention only allow drug trafficking and violence to foster in our neighborhood. Vancouver needs real healing, not more building filled with conflict. Supporting the freedom is not about a lack of empathy. It is about refusing to fund a dangerous and ineffective system. I urge you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ann Yang. Morning. Hi. I understand you're a representative speaker. Do you have 3 people with you?
Yeah, over there.
Okay. Do we need their names, clerk? Yep.
Mr. Long and Mr. Xiao and Mr. Hu.
Okay, great. Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. So
Thank
please
you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Yang, and I'm here today with other attendees coming from a small community of alumni association in Vancouver. And yes, I'm a resident of City of Vancouver. We would like to state oppose as our comment on motion 3. Here's the logic behind the scenes. First, we thoroughly reviewed the previous note of implementation of the temporary housing net new supportive housing motion on March 13th, 2025. Since it's supported by most of the decision makers. The next steps should be followed as stated in the note. We noticed that there is a biannually review on progress, which should be next year in 2027. So the policy is still on schedule, and we should wait until it's ready for a change. Second, we also paid fairly patience on motion 3, trying to understand the logic behind the scenes. Clearly, there's a big misunderstanding of the difference between supportive housing and affordable housing. I am sorry to see City of Vancouver has let this motion go public. At last, I would personally point out that the writer of motion 3 should consider exploring English 12 lessons in our city's adult education program. I believe most of the committee members.
Apologies, point of order, Councillor.
You said the mover of the motion should learn English 12. I believe that's disparaging.
Well, I think you should wait.
Okay, Speaker, I'm just going to caution you against comments like that against council. But just
I believe most of committee members have the same feeling about this title was written in such a misleading way. We all know that misleading comes from manipulation. I am not a native English speaker, so I asked for help from human intelligence, my daughter, who's attending elementary school in District 39. She explained to me that pausing means stop for a while, but you can come back. And ban means never come back. I agree with her. Again, we stayed opposed to motion 3. Thank you for your time. And I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind if this statement sounds offended, but I mean it. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker 21, Christina Ding.
Hello?
Hi, Christina. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and the City Council. My name is Christina, and I am here to oppose restarting any new supportive housing projects at this time. Last year, Council made the decision to pause new supportive housing development, recognizing that Vancouver already carries a disproportionate share compared to other municipalities. That decision reflected the importance of thoughtful planning, adequate support system, and a fair distribution of responsibility across communities. I would also like to share my first-hand experience. My office is located near 2 supportive housing sites. Since their opening, we have had to devote significant time and resources to addressing ongoing issues such as gravity removal and maintaining the cleanliness of our entrance area, which has frequently become dirty and unwelcoming. These challenges have had a tangible impact on our workplace environment and increased our operating costs. Furthermore, 2026 has already proven to be a difficult year for many small businesses and low-income families who are facing rising costs and economic uncertainties. Moving forward with new projects under these conditions without comprehensive planning and consideration of community impact would be premature. I urge Council to remain consistent with last year's decision and instead prioritize improving the management of and the
effectiveness of existing supportive housing, such as fixing and filling the large amount of empty units that we already have as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 22, Jin Hua Zhao. Oh, we'll come back. Speaker 23, Jesse. Okay. Speaker 24, Jenny Yang.
Hi, everyone. This is Jenny. I am a resident of Vancouver East Side, and I strongly oppose the supportive housing, the motion 3, because obviously the people can see the supportive housing is unsexist. They increase the violence, crime, and the public safety risk, like the house and the vehicle break-in and the second-hand drugs or needles on the street are unsafe for the residents, the senior, and the children. Also, they affect the business around the neighborhood, and also it drains the public service like emergency service, healthcare costs, and which means less hospital, police, firefighter service for the residents in the community. That's why I strongly oppose the supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 25, Jenny Chu.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, City Council and the Mayor. I'm a Vancouver resident, a mother of 2. So I'm speaking, represent my husband, my daughter, and my son. I work in downtown. I walk those streets every day, and I see the same people in the same doorways, in the same crisis, week after week. I'm not here because I don't care about people experiencing homeless. I'm here because I do, and because what I see every day tells me that what we are doing and what Vancouver taxpayer are funding is not working. Let me be clear. Supportive housing was created with compassion to help people experiencing homelessness, especially those struggling with mental health and addiction. No one here is against helping people, but compassion must also be effective. After years of building with thousands of units across the city, we still see the same problem on our streets. Homelessness persists, public safety concern remains, and the community are feeling the pressure. So we must ask honestly, if the problem hasn't improved, why are we rushing to do more of the same? This is about accountability and management. This is about whether we're addressing the real issues, including mental health, addiction, and long-term support, or simply shifting the burden onto neighborhoods. This is an entire ecosystem of organizations, contractors, and services providers. Those fundings depend on this problem continuing, not on solving it. Contracts renews, reports get written, press release go out, and the people those systems are meant to help remain on the street. When success is measured by deaths filled rather than lives rebuilt, we should not be surprised that lives are not being rebuilt. The roof is not recovery. A bed in an SRO is not treatment. Placing someone in a unit without addressing addiction, without real mental health support, without any pathway forward is not a solution. It is a way of managing a problem without appearing to solve it, and it's not compassionate. This is contentment. It is dehumanizing for homeless we treat as a mass tactics. And this voting is being rushed forward months before our municipal elections. This is not being brought forward because new evidence shows the approach is working. It is being brought forward because some councillors want to continue working in the city hall past this October. In some cases.
Thank you, Jenny. Sorry, we'll have to leave it there. You are over time, but appreciate the call.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. I'm just noticing the time. I think we probably have time for 2 more calls or 2 more speakers. So we'll go to speaker 26, Wei Fan. So Wei on the line or in person? Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 27, Bai Huan Wang. Morning.
Gentlemen, I am Daisy Wang, the chair of Victoria Drive Safety Society Airlines. Why we established these airlines? Because now it's getting more and more drug addict at this area. I support helping vulnerable populations, but I oppose moving forward with supporting housing in a rushed manner without strong management. It's partly this not opposition to compassion, is a call for responsibility, governance. If we helping drug detoxification, it's better than supporting housing. Drug detoxification is save someone's life. Supporting house will slowly give up the person who lives there. I am also a 4 children's mom. I'm lucky 3 children finished university in UBC. This year, my young boy also go in university. But we hope not only our children, all our grandchildren, grandchildren will have a good environment. We don't want to see one day when we're holding our grandchildren's hand and walk into a street or a park and see the leader strange around. Study history against insights. I want to ask why Richmond and Burnaby don't want this kind of housing, but Vancouver want it. Thank you for thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Speaker 28, Amy Shang. Oh, okay, we'll come back to them. And I think our last speaker, just given the time and the need to break for lunch, will be Erin Seeley.
Good morning, Councillor Meisner and council members. My name is Erin Seeley. I'm the CEO of YWCABC and a longtime Vancouver resident speaking in support of this motion to overturn the city's effective ban on net new supportive housing. YWCA is a long-time nonprofit housing provider. We operate across the region, opening the first second stage transition home for women fleeing violence in 1979 here in Vancouver. And since that time, we've dedicated our operations to serving women, gender diverse individuals and families. We now operate more than 500 units of housing across 21 different communities in the region. We work every day alongside women who are unhoused, precariously housed, or cycling through shelters, hospitals, and the justice system. We see the way these systems have let them down and have let other neighbors down repeatedly. Our hub model includes wraparound supports, and while we do not offer low barrier supportive housing specifically, we offer housing with supports because we know firsthand housing is a critical component and supportive housing is essential in the continuum. We rely on the expertise of so many other supportive housing operators to be part of a system to address issues such as substance use and homelessness in concert. In the midst of the inequality, the interconnectedness of mental health, substance use, gender-based violence, housing crises, we know that many issues faced by the city require policies outside of your control. And we continue to agree that the status quo is not acceptable. There is an urgent need for other municipalities to provide more housing and services as well. But as we've seen over the last year, the pause is not the answer. We must take a both-and approach. We owe a duty of care to our most vulnerable neighbors, and we must work together across the region to improve safety, justice, and equity, doing more, not less. Housing is safety. We see this every day. The current ban has effectively closed the door to other levels of government funding, and it's had a chill effect for other metro municipalities that are now joining Vancouver to push out vulnerable people and exacerbate our homelessness crisis. Lifting the ban enables the city to engage in positive approaches, not those rooted in fear, to expand the ways that housing can improve lives, can prevent strain on our healthcare system, can stabilize, and to have ability to advocate for solutions that will have a demonstrated measurable impact. We know that many people need low barrier housing and harm reduction before they can access addiction treatment if they choose to, and consider any path to independent living. Supportive housing works in tandem with health and substance use. While refurbishing existing SROs is a critical priority, without new units, we will see more homelessness. We will see people pushed into neighborhoods with fewer supports, creating conditions that make safety and progress more difficult. Until this motion was passed last year, Vancouver had been a national leader. As an East Vancouver resident for more than 20 years, I've seen supportive housing make our communities safer, providing access to supports and services for residents where they need it, and preventing further pressure on our emergency rooms and our care providers in the healthcare system. I want to continue to be part of a community that cares for those who are most at risk and ensures they have the dignity and the safety they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for calling, Erin. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll return with the speakers, continue the speakers list at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Hi, Steph. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Steph. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I think I can hear something. Steph, can you hear me?
Oh, wait, still testing. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, perfect.
please remain on the line. The meeting will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
right, welcome back, everybody. We'll now reconvene in our standing committee. We are currently on member motion number 3, reversing the costly ban on supportive housing as titled. We will continue on with speakers, and our next speaker is Speaker 30, Emily Chen.
Perfect. Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Emily, and I'm a Vancouver resident calling in to oppose motion 3. 20 years, billions of dollars, and homelessness in Vancouver is still going up every single year. And that is what motion 3 is asking us to double down on. We have been building supportive housing for 2 decades. Homelessness has increased every single year. And behind every one of those thousands of counted individuals is a person who needed real help and didn't get it in time. And that is not a funding problem. That is a strategy problem. We have very limited resources, and every dollar poured into net new supportive housing is a dollar taken away from addiction treatment, mental health care, and recovery programs, which are the interventions that actually change lives. And here's what makes the choice even more costly. Real treatment does not just help people who are already on the street. It prevents the next person from ending up there. It breaks the cycle before it starts. Supportive housing reacts to the crisis, but real treatment prevents it. People become homeless because of untreated addiction, mental illness, and a cost of living that is crushing ordinary working people. And until we treat those root causes, more people will fall through the same crack every single year, no matter how many buildings we build. We're not really solving the crisis. We're just building bigger buckets while the tap stays wide open. And while all this unfolds, all these neighborhoods pay the price. Residents deal with open drug use and safety concerns every single day. Families, seniors, children. Everyone nearby suffers the consequences of a policy that is just not working. So we need to do better, and these vulnerable people deserve real addiction treatment, real mental health care, and housing that they can actually afford. And when these resources are limited, we must spend them on what actually works, what actually helps people recover, and what actually stops more people from becoming homeless in the first place. And I believe doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results is not compassion. It is a failure of leadership. And we can do better, and we must do better. So I'm asking that you please reject motion 3, invest in real solutions, and give people a real path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for speaking to Council. Next speaker, 31, Eileen Wang. No, Eileen?
For 23 years. I'm here today to highlight a significant...
Eileen?
Hi.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we just want to make sure we can hear you, and we cut out the beginning, so I'm just going to invite you to start now, if you can start again. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Hi, Mayor and the Council. Hi, Mayor and the Council. My name is Eileen, and I have been living in Vancouver for over 10 years, and I have been living in Canada for over 23 years. I'm here today to highlight a significant imbalance in our city's housing strategy. I'm here to speak in opposition to Motion 3 and support the continued pause on new supportive housing projects in our city. So currently, Vancouver carries a disproportionate burden of region supportive housing. With 8,000 units plus, we represent 77% of the entire metro region supply, despite having only 25% of the population. Our ratio is 1 supportive unit for every 41 households in the city of Vancouver. That is nearly double the concentration of Toronto and triple that of New York City. And we over-index on crisis management and under-index on economic resilience. So empathy alone is not a housing strategy. We must take economic first model. Vancouver's GDP per capita is only half of Toronto's, but our cost of living is 6% higher. We cannot afford to warehouse poverty at a cost of $500,000 per unit, while our core workforce is priced out. We need to prioritize vocational training and workforce initiatives that move people towards independence rather than permanent subsidy.
We urge Council to maintain the current pause on the new supportive housing approvals. Let us demand that our regional neighbors take their fair share. While we focus on Vancouver's land and the capital on job-creating infrastructure and attainable workforce housing, let's build an economy that prevents homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Speaker 32 is Jinming Tan, also by
Hi.
phone. Hi, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Stephen Tan, and I'm a resident of Vancouver living in Marple. I'm here to speak in opposition to motion 3. So first of all, we must ask, is the current model working? Despite the rapid expansion of supportive housing, many of us feel less safe in our own neighborhoods. We see an increase in homelessness on our street and a rise in street-level crime. If we are to invest millions of taxpayer dollars into high-cost supportive housing, there must be a transparent, data-driven proof that this project actually reduce homelessness and improve public safety. Without such evidence, doubling down on the failing strategy is not a compassion. It's a policy failure. Second of all, we must address the issue of regional equity. Vancouver accounts for only about 25% of the Metro Vancouver population. Yet we currently shoulder the burden of approximately 77% of the region's supportive housing. This is absolutely imbalance. Homelessness is a regional crisis, not just a Vancouver crisis. This concentration creates a magnetic effect that overwhelms our local community, emergency services, and community resources. A pause is not a ban on helping people. It's a necessary demand for fairness. We need a regional fair share model where every city in Metro Vancouver contributes according to its population. Vancouver has already done more than its fair share. So I urge the Council to vote no on motion 3. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Next is Speaker 33, David Sun. On the line? Okay, Speaker 34 has withdrawn. Speaker 35 is Sean Long.
Chair and fellow councillor, good afternoon. My name is Sean. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in strong opposition to motion 3 submitted by Councillor Bly. First, I must address the misleading logic in the motion's first preamble. The motion claims that housing is unaffordable, whether one earns $200,000 or $20,000. According to the latest official data from Statistics Canada, the median after-tax household income in the city of Vancouver was $82,000. Recent tax statistics for 2024 indicate that the median for Metro Vancouver sits between $95,000 and $100,000, which places Vancouver's current median at approximately $90,000. The $200,000 income group mentioned by Councillor Bly represents the top tier of owners in the city. Linking the home ownership barriers of the wealthy to the homelessness crisis of those earning $20,000 is not only statistically dishonest, it is a gross distortion of urgency required for supportive housing. We should not be conflating middle-class real estate anxiety with a literal survivor crisis. Second, we must address the manipulative use of the word ban. The Mooner repeatedly labels the current policy a ban. This is fundamentally misleading. The motion passed on February 26, 2025 was explicitly a temporary pause intended to promote regional equity. A pause is a tool for better planning and accountability, not a permanent rejection. To call for a reversal before we have seen any progress on regional balance is extremely reckless. Finally, I have serious procedural concerns regarding the timing of this motion. The February motion directed staff to provide detailed reports on regional distribution trends and the progress of SRO replacements. As of today, those scientific report facts have not been fully evaluated by this council. So my request is simple. Council should not be misled by emotional rhetoric into a hasty policy reversal. We must wait for the data-driven staff reports before making decisions that impact our most vulnerable residents and the long-term equity for our region. Therefore, I urge you all to vote no on motion 3. Thank you all.
Thank you. Speaker number 36 is Mona Sun.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Mona Sun. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling to oppose this motion. I live here. I raise my child here. And I want this city to be a city where compassion and safety coexist. Supportive house is often discussed in big policy language, but for us, residents, the impact is very real and it's very local. It affects how safe our streets feel. It affects whether parks are usable. It affects the kind of environment our children grow up in. When supportive housing is introduced without strong safeguards, the impact does not start inside, only happened inside the building. It spreads into nearby streets, into schools, into playgrounds, into transit routes. As parents and caregivers, we think about simple things. Can our children walk to school safely? Can they play in parks without seeing open drug use? Can families feel at ease in their own neighborhoods? There are not political questions. There are everyday concerns. Housing alone does not solve addiction. It does not solve serious mental health challenges. If support housing operates without proper treatment, supervision, and accountability, it can create unstable conditions. That affects the people inside, and it affects the surrounding community. Most importantly, it affects children. Children are not equipped well to process consistent crisis. They are not equipped to normalize disorder. Parks and schools should feel safe. They should feel predictable. Actually, wanting that does not mean lacking compassion. It means wanting solutions that actually work. Compassion must be effective, not just well-intentioned, right? Supportive housing should only move forward when there is real treatment, real oversight, and careful placement that respects families and community spaces.
Thank you, Mona.
Without this,
Mona, thank you for speaking.
Yeah,
That is your time, but thank you for speaking to council.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Speaker 37 has withdrawn. Speaker 38 is Bin Wu. On the line. Okay, Speaker 39 is Zhao Zhu Zhou. Zhao. On the line. Speaker 40 has withdrawn. Speaker 41 is Robert Bida.
Hello, am I audible?
We can hear you, but you're very faint. I don't know if you have a way of turning up your volume or speaking closer to your device.
Is this any better?
That is much better. Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah. My name is Robert Bida. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of motion 3 to rescind the cap on assistive housing. I mean, in my political analysis, I tend to start from the premise that human needs are human rights. Everybody needs food, everybody needs clean water, everybody needs a safe bed to sleep in at night. And that includes all of our neighbors, and I mean all of our neighbors in the city we call home. I have heard a lot of complaints from people opposed to the motion at the meeting so far that seem to object that assistive housing is insufficient to solve the problems of homelessness and mental illness and drug addiction that plague our community. I agree. But insufficiency does not mean that assistive is not necessary. For that reason, I challenge the council and my fellow residents to demonstrate to me that assistive housing is not necessary. I think it is. I think, in fact, that it is essential for the accessibility by the most vulnerable members of our community, some of the most vulnerable members of our community, to the health care and related services that they so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 42 is Z Zhang. Not currently. Okay, 43 has withdrawn, and Speaker 44 is Dr. Yan Bin Ma. Okay, thank you very much. Speaker 45, Maggie. Thank you. Speaker 46, Angela Dawson. Okay, I see somebody approaching the podium in person. Angela, before you begin, can I ask you that you can go to that podium to your left there? If you move to that podium, the desk to your left there, your left.
Sorry. Oh, God.
Right there, yeah, and you can get yourself settled and speak there. And
Hi.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, good morning. I'm all for supportive housing, and I ran for mayor in year 2018, and it seems like it's people are being treated like a toy, like a yo-yo, and our mental health in downtown East Side need to be corrected, and we have to stop cutting the budgets and assets for people that really need it. And I'm going to be running for city council in 2026, and I'm all favor for Pete Fry to be mayor. I'm here for a short period of time. We all are. I'm very nervous right now. I'm sweating under my underarms right now. Just trying to show compassion, and I think city council should have more compassion if they're going to run for city council, and for more empathy for people instead of stomping on people and dehousing people in camps and tents. Now, come on.
Speaker, can I ask you to direct your comments specifically on this motion? I know that you have a lot of there's
Yeah,
a
I have
about the
a
other
lot of
topics,
compassion and just I'm just in favor for housing. We all need housing, and even when people are granted billions or millions of dollars for housing, it doesn't really go for people that really need it. I think the structure of what we're going on right now, we're all being treated like a yo-yo, and it's unfair. And to balance out everything else, we have to have emotions. We have to have respect for other people. If we don't, it's not going to change. And I'm here to just speak for everybody, and I'm just here to say, hey, we need to change. We need to change the structure. We need to have compassion for people who are going through mental health and drug use. And I never did any of that. And, you know, as a single woman, and I fight for human rights, I've been treated like a yo-yo, okay, because I am different. Everybody is different. We have all equal rights. Human rights is housing. Without the accessibility for housing, how can we deal with our own mental health, our own well-being? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angela.
Please vote for Roller Girl.
Thank you, Angela, for speaking. Speaker 47 is Ningling Zhu. No Ningling, okay. Speaker 48, Daisy Wang. Not on the line. Speaker number 49 is Christina Chu. Speaker 50, Emma Sun. Speaker 51 is Zhao Zhang. Speaker number 50.
Hello?
Hi, is that Zhao?
I'm here. Yes, I'm waiting on the line. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm, what is your name?
Xiao Zhang, I'm number 51.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Dear councilors, my name is Xiao Zhang. I live in Vancouver for 20 years, and I'm speaking in opposition to motion 3. As a parent of 2, I want to share something I just heard. My daughter told me that students are already talking about drug-related issues in local schools, including concerns about increasing drug usage and even dealing in schools like Kislano Secondary. I cannot verify every detail. However, the fact the children that are having these conversations is deeply concerning. We were told supportive housing would reduce the harm, but what we are seeing is the opposite. Harm is no. It is spreading into our communities. Families feel unsafe. Parents like me are being forced to normalize situations that should never be normal for children. Supportive housing without strict safeguard and real accountability is not solving the crisis. It's shifting the burden onto neighborhoods. As Vancouver residents, we were never asked to carry these consequences, yet we are the ones living with them every day. I also want to. I know this motion was previously brought forward in February, when hundreds of residents are signed up to speak. It wasn't withdrawn on the day. Now it's reintroduced. Whether it's intentional or not, this raises serious concern about meaningful public engagement, because now we have, fewer participants. Many of us, have to take time away from work again just to make our voices heard. Please do not move forward housing until existing impacts are addressed and the trust is restored. Compassion without boundaries is not compassion. Thank you for listening.
Great,
I'm done.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 52 is May Wickham.
Good day. I'm May Wickham from Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. This motion doesn't follow a cohesive thread and has false equivalencies. 1. Homelessness in Vancouver is primarily about substance use disorder and mental illness, not affordability. Most people with these issues arrive in Vancouver from other locations. 2. Regular people that can't afford to live in Vancouver move elsewhere in the Lower Mainland or to some place where property rights aren't affected. 3. Supportive housing does not prevent crime or business closures. Otherwise, the 3 SROs on the Granville Strip would not be facing closure. In fact, the Lugat sheltered violent offender Jordan Conway and our current Minister of BC Housing deflected questions and responsibility for this egregious act. 4. Crime is prevented through proven environmental principles, societal cohesion, proper use of law enforcement through police and courts, and the use of the Mental Health Act and forensic psychiatry. 5. People are tired of hearing about the elusive wraparound services, and they don't want to be in a community watch group around supportive housing. The province of BC is $156 billion in debt and growing fast. It canceled 7 long-term care projects. I doubt that there is funding for wraparound services. 6, Mayor Sim is right to pause further projects in Vancouver. There are many cost issues not addressed in this motion, plus metrics for accountability from BC Housing. A, critical services provided by VPD, fire and paramedics are expensive. Supportive housing consumes a disproportionate number of services. The city needs a costs agreement with BC Housing so that these expenses do not come out of the City of Vancouver budget. Nonprofits could be incentivized financially to keep better order in their buildings. B, there should be police liaisons assigned to buildings just like in schools so that staff and residents can share concerns about crime and personal safety. This should be paid for by BC Housing. C, the City of Vancouver should produce a cost analysis of business as usual supportive housing with its consultation fees, many architectural designs, marketing and PR campaigns, building costs, and secretive nonprofit servicing agreements versus addiction psychologist Dr. Julian Summers' proposal of having a few units set aside in already built apartment buildings with dedicated outreach mental health services. With Mayor Sim's accounting prowess, he should see that Dr. Summers' proposal is the more cost-effective one and can be immediately implemented. D, the City of Vancouver should require uniform reports on prescribed metrics from BC Housing. E, the possibility of modular housing units promised by PM Mark Carney does not override responsible social and housing policy. Also, Vancouver should stop taking funding away from rural BC, help people stay in their own communities with their families. And F, Council should demand bail reform from PM Mark Carney instead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking. Speaker 53 is Dickens Chung.
I'm here.
Oh, here in person. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, members of council. My name is Dickens Chung. I'm a community leader from Richmond and a father of young children. I spent a decade living in Falls Creek and Marpole neighborhoods, and I also graduated from UBC, so this city is very dear to me. The future of it is also very deeply personal to me. I'm here today because our 2 cities, Richmond and Vancouver, are connected by this Canada line and 3 bridges, and what Vancouver decides about supportive housing has direct consequences for communities like mine. Last year, Mayor Sim and this council made a difficult but necessary decision to pause net new supportive housing and focus on evaluating what was actually working. That took courage because it challenged the assumption that simply building more units was solving the problem. The data tells us a sobering story. By the city's own account, Vancouver already has approximately 8,000 supportive housing units. 2025 homeless count found 2,715 people experiencing homelessness in Vancouver. That means this city has nearly 3 units for every person without a home. And yet a Freedom of Information request found vacancy rates exceeding 9%, with units sitting empty for nearly a full year on average. So this is not a supply problem. This is management, placement, and treatment problem. I know this personally. As a child, I attended Chinese school every Saturday at the Chinese Cultural Center in Chinatown in the early 1990s. Chinatown was vibrant and prosperous, full of families, full of life, and over the years, I watched that community deteriorate as the drug crisis and homelessness crisis consumed block after block. That decline did not happen because we lacked supportive housing units. It happened because we failed to invest in mental health care and addiction treatment for the people who needed it the most. The homelessness crisis is at its core a mental health and addiction treatment crisis. Health Canada's own data shows illegal drug use among students rises from 4% in grade 7 to 27% in grade 12. We are failing an entire generation upstream, and then we're warehousing the consequences downstream. Until we address the root causes, untreated psychosis, lack of detox and rehabilitation beds, and severe addictions, no amount of construction will solve this problem. Supportive housing without proper wraparound treatment services is not a solution, it is warehousing. And I think some people in this room know that. So I would respectfully encourage this council to stay the course. And I would urge this council to prioritize working with all levels of government to sufficiently invest in the mental health infrastructure, the detox and rehabilitation beds, and the long-term treatment pathways that are the only proven way to move people from chronic homelessness to stability and dignity. So consider this. Since 2005, homelessness in Greater Vancouver has increased by 141%. That is the same 2 decades in which billions of dollars were spent building supportive housing. Spending went up, construction went up, and homelessness more than doubled. So the model is not working. The data says so. Housing without treatment is warehousing. and treatment without housing is incomplete. So we need both. Our communities deserve both, done properly, funded adequately, and managed with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Speaker 54, Sandra Ho.
Good afternoon, Councillor Kirby-Young and Council. I oppose Councillor Bly's Motion 3 and support maintaining the direction set by Mayor Ken Sim. Vancouver is about a quarter of the region's population, yet we carry majority of the supportive housing and shelter spaces. This is not balance, it's over-concentration. Compassion should be shared across the region. We also need to look at reality. A BCIT news report recently found nearly 1,700 supportive housing units in BC sitting empty, not from lack of demand, but because operators lack resources for maintenance, repairs, and staffing. This isn't just a supply issue, it's a system issue. If we're investing public dollars, we need both support and accountability. Operators need funding, but taxpayers deserve transparency, clear outcomes, and the ability to address serious tenancy issues. The original motion recognizes this. It didn't eliminate housing, it paused new projects so we could fix what isn't working, replace unsafe SROs, and move toward a fairer regional approach. We also have to be honest. In the downtown east side, housing without adequate treatment hasn't resolved the crisis. Housing alone is not recovery. If we lift the pause without fixing these gaps, we repeat the same approach. We can be compassionate while demanding better and a more balanced regional response. I urge Council to vote against Motion 3. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker 55 is Stanley Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know you guys are probably tired, so I'm just going to keep it short, maybe even within the 3 minutes. While I appreciate, while I'm sympathetic to Councillor Bly's motion and a lot of homeless folks who are drug users need a lot of housing, I do oppose to this motion. This is one of the things where I do actually agree with the crypto mayor on other cities needing to pull their weight, even though I don't know whether that's the best way to leverage that, leverage the carrots and sticks. Also, I think this motion tackles a lot of things that aren't within the city's scope, in terms of funding from senior levels of government to just a plain math problem in terms of businesses being tapped out. Also, residents are already being tapped out in terms of shouldering additional taxes to deal with this, and not to mention there are, I think that there are a lot of things that need to be done that's outside of the scope of the city. So therefore, I do not agree with this motion, and I would hope the city council votes that way. The city's dead broke. We can't handle any more costs that's outside of the scope. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. And I'll just remind all speakers to just focus on the motion and not characterize individual members of council. That's the end of the speakers list. I'm now going to go back through to give our missed speakers a chance. So I'm going to go back starting with speaker number 3, Jason Z.
No.
Oh. Do we have Jason? No? I heard something.
No.
Okay. Fen Wang, number 4.
No.
Okay, number 6, Jackie Zhang.
No.
Vancouver for 26 years. My answer is opposed for this motion because the city of Vancouver basically need from the property tax to run, and if we build more unit, it will be need to increase the property tax to support this. But we already have 8,000 units. It's more than other city in the Lower Mainland. But this problem is need the provincial and federal government to face, and so some of the people need to support is from other province, and because they come here for the weather is better, but the Lower Mainland the weather is the same, so we should have the other city from the Lower Mainland to build a support unit. This is my answer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving to speaker 11, Lisa Liu. Oh, okay. Number 14, Natasha Waheed.
No.
Speaker 16, Dan Lau.
No.
Speaker 18, Vicky Tang.
No.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 22, Jinhua Zhou or Zhao.
Yes. Jinhua Zhao, yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jinhua Zhao.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to talk to council.
Okay, my name is Jinhua Zhao. I live in Westminster. Sorry, I don't speak English, but I want to say stop drug, please, for our kids, for our country. Stop drug, please. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Speaker 23, Jesse.
No.
Speaker 26, Wei Fan.
No.
Speaker 28, Amy Zhang.
No.
Number 33, David Sun.
No.
Number 38, Bin Wu.
No.
Number 39, Jiju Zhao.
No.
Number 42, Xi Zheng.
No.
Thank you. 44, Dr. Yan Bin Ma.
No.
Number 45, Maggie.
No.
Number 47, Ningling Zhu.
I think so.
No.
No.
Okay. 48, Daisy Wang.
No.
49 is Christina Chu.
Yes.
I'm here.
Hi, Christina. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Christina Chu. I'm a coordinator of a program for homeless and low-income people. I have seen the difference that it makes for people with stable housing. So I'll give you one example. Mike Ealing, he had been a Coast Guard serving to protect people. He was injured on the job and then unable to work and in constant pain. He slipped into alcohol addiction,
and then left his family in shame because he did not want his son to experience what he did growing up. He became a megaphone vendor and was known for his good sense of humor, and he came weekly to our program to get his laundry done for free and to get some baked goodies and coffee. But he could not afford housing. During a snowy winter, he huddled behind a store close to the laundromat where our program was, and also a store that was kind to him. He froze to death. He had tried to find room at a couple of local shelters, but they were already full. He's just one of other tragic stories. I've also seen a group of people who came weekly from one of the shelters nearby. When they first started coming, they were in rough shape, looking haggard because they had not slept well, even in the shelter. And after several months, a couple of the women got supportive housing, and I saw the difference when they came back to visit to say hello. They had new haircuts and makeup and were dressed beautifully. They looked healthy and hopeful with smiles on their face, and the transformation was incredible. And they were looking forward to being in even better housing. It was a transitional house they were in. And I saw some of the guys the same. We need supportive housing. We also need for there to be services for that housing. And we need better services in the city. And all of you have sworn an oath to take care of all the residents of Vancouver, and to provide good services. We are all part of this human family. Everyone deserves dignity and worth and respect and care. We need to be a city known for kindness and goodness for all people.
Thank you,
not
Christina.
just.
Thank you very much, Christina. That's your time. We appreciate you speaking. Okay, speaker number 50 is Emma Sun. Emma?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, mayors and councillors and fellow Vancouverites. My name is Emma Sun, founder of Youthway Foundation. I'm a young Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking in opposition to Motion 3, because this is not about housing policy. It's also about what kind of city our generation inherits. Let me be direct. Vancouver holds 25% of Metro Vancouver's population, yet carries 77% of the region's entire supportive housing stock. That is not compassion. It's an imbalance that has pushed our neighborhoods past their limits and asked Vancouver taxpayers and residents to absorb consequences the rest of the region has simply walked away from. The pause was not a ban on helping people. It was a long overdue demand for regional fairness. Supporters in Motion 3 argue that the pause is costly. But let's talk about what has actually been costly. It has been costly to watch the downtown east side become one of the most dangerous urban zones in Canada. It has been costly for small business owners who can no longer operate safely. It has been costly for families, including young people like me, that watch open drug use, violence, and disorder become normalized in our public spaces. Now I want to name something that often get lost in this topic. Homelessness and drug addiction are not the same problem, and we do vulnerable people a grave disservice when we treat them as if they are. There are homeless people in the city who need stable housing, mental health support, and a genuine path forward. They deserve real help, but when we build facilities that allow active drug use to continue unchecked inside them, what we're actually building are places where addiction is accommodated, not treated. Some supporters of the model openly advocate for providing regulated drugs inside these facilities. As a young person, I have to ask, is that true the compassionate vision we have for our neighbors in crisis? Addiction is not a housing problem. It is a health crisis, and it deserves a health solution. People struggling with drug dependency should have access to real structured treatment and rehabilitation, not a room where they can continue using undisturbed while the cycle deepens. Centralized, treatment-focused recovery not only saves lives, it protects the children and families of those individuals too. Because behind every person in addiction is often a family, including kids who are also suffering. I urge Mayor and the Council vote no on Motion 3, demand regional accountability, invest in genuine treatment and recovery, and build a Vancouver that is safer and healthier for the people who need real help, and for the generation that will call the city home long after today is over. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Okay, Council, that concludes our speakers list. That's the end of the speakers, including the missed speakers. So at this point, Council, is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, Councillor Orr, I will advance to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of difficult to listen to some of this, but this motion I think comes at a time where the conversation around supporting supportive housing in Vancouver has become increasingly polarized, and increasingly disconnected from evidence. This pause was introduced.
Councillor Orr, can I pause you just for a moment, and I could just let the gentleman. Are you, sir, if you're signed up to speak to an item, I don't think I have you on the list for this one. Our staff can help you with that one. I think it's on a future item, sir. Our staff will come over and help you. It's not on this item, it's on the next one. We'll get staff to come and help you. Yeah, staff are going to help you, sir. Okay. Sorry, Council, let's reset. Councillor Orr, can I, sorry about that. Can I ask you to just start again so that you can get your flow back, and I'll just reset your timer. Sorry, I will reset your timer if, there we go. Okay, sorry, Councillor, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, this motion comes at a time when the conversation around supportive housing in Vancouver has become increasingly polarized and increasingly disconnected from the evidence. This pause was introduced in spite of overwhelming public opposition and warnings that doing so would worsen homelessness and instability. And we were warned that this would have the reverse effect of spurring other jurisdictions to take action. And we were right. And we've seen something else take hold here, misinformation. It's very disappointing that this misinformation has yet to be retracted on certain platforms. It's disappointing to hear today from speakers, some of whom appear to be connected to anti-vax, anti-LGBTQ, anti-choice views. There's a perception that we've built loads of supportive housing and yet things have gotten worse. This just isn't true. So let's be clear about what supportive housing actually is. It is not simply housing people and walking away. It is housing with supports, mental health care, addiction services, and stability, designed specifically for people who would otherwise be cycling through shelters, hospitals, and the street. And the evidence is not ambiguous. Supportive housing improves health outcomes, reduces emergency service use, and helps people stay housed long term. It is consistently shown to be cost-effective, or more cost-effective than leaving people in crisis systems. Just as importantly, many of the fears we hear about crime, neighborhood decline, or falling property values are not supported by research. Studies have found no link between supportive housing and increased crime or reduced property values. And in many cases, residents contribute positively to their communities. And yet those fears still persist. They show up in public hearings, they show up in campaigns, they show up in the narratives that suggest supportive housing is the cause of disorder rather than one of the few proven tools we have to address it. Because the alternative to supportive housing is not status quo stability. The alternative is more people on the street, more pressure on emergency rooms, more strain on policing, and more human suffering. As former city councilor Jean Swanson said, a lot of speakers have spoken about the evils of drug use. Yes, it's hard to get off drugs. The question is, will it help get folks off drugs if they don't have housing? If you can't get housing, your choice of getting off drugs is very low. People on the street have told me that they turn to drugs to cope without being homeless, not the other way around. So even provincial leadership has been clear. Supportive housing is a vital and successful way to help people move indoors and access the support they need. And locally, our own staff have made it clear that this need is growing and it cannot fall on Vancouver alone to meet it. So yes, we need a regional approach, even though 2/3 of all new supportive housing in the past 7 years have been built outside of Vancouver. And to address a comment by one of the speakers, yes, I would support supportive housing 150 meters from my house. In fact, there's 3. We need accountability. We need to ensure supportive housing is done well. I understand that. But none of that is an argument to retreat from the model altogether. And this motion is about regrounding our decision in evidence and in compassion. It's about saying that we will not let fear or misinformation dictate how we respond to homelessness, mental health, and addiction. And it's about recognizing that supportive housing, while not a silver bullet, remains one of the most effective tools we have. And I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to remind everybody to just focus on the substance of the debate if we can. Mayor Sim, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important. I didn't want to interrupt the councillor during his discussion, and this is a comment for all of us. I don't think it's helpful if we attack the character of people that come into the office, saying, labeling people anti-vaxxers or whatever, as an example. So anyways, I think there's a bylaw, procedure bylaw somewhere that does say that we shouldn't be saying that. Anyways, I want to encourage an environment where people can have diverse views and come into the chamber and, not feel attacked. Okay, what I did want to do here is level set a little bit here, because I feel like not all the most accurate information is out there on this motion. So I do want to be clear that the City of Vancouver is still eligible for federal and provincial housing funding. Just yesterday, we met with Anna Billau, the CEO of Canada or Build Canada Homes, to talk through active applications we currently have before the federal government. And so I just want to reiterate, Vancouver is at the table, and we do have projects that are under consideration. Our focus should be simple: keep advancing the work in front of us to create self-contained, dignified, and livable homes for our most vulnerable. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Councillor Blythe for moving this motion, and for the speakers that came to speak to it. I was very moved by the presentations of speakers who related stories of loved ones who've died of fentanyl poisoning. They and many other residents are justifiably worried about kids dying of fentanyl overdoses. I hear the concerns raised in relation to feelings of personal security threats, visible drug use, street disorder. These concerns are valid, and living downtown with two teenage children of my own, I'm very sympathetic. However, over the last few months, a lot of misinformation has been spread about what supportive housing is. Supportive housing has been characterised as being drug dens instead of what they truly are, which are affordable housing with on-site essential services to help people experiencing homelessness, violence, trauma, and mental health problems. When the motion to have a temporary ban on net new supportive housing projects was passed, the rationale given was that other municipalities needed to step up and build more supportive housing, but we know that hasn't been the case. Instead, other municipalities have pointed to Vancouver and said, look, Vancouver is not building it, so why should we? So given that this ban has not worked as explicitly planned and intended, I think it's responsible to reverse it. We know more affordable housing boosts public safety. Studies show that affordable housing cuts substance use and enhances mental health. So to improve public safety in our city, we must reduce the number of people who are forced to live on the streets. We also know that homelessness costs taxpayers more than providing housing. According to a 2024 study, annual healthcare costs for people experiencing homelessness in Canada are 6 times higher than those of unhoused people. Furthermore, people who are experiencing homelessness often end up in hospital because of the health issues they face as a result of being homeless and danger of violence, which is highest for homeless people. This causes a lot of stress on our medical system and makes it harder for other people to receive medical attention. We need to make sure that no one is left behind and that our communities are truly safe and affordable for everyone. Supportive housing gets people indoors and gives them a chance of overcoming mental health and addiction issues. It's nearly impossible to recover from addiction without housing, to recover from mental health crises without housing. Being exposed to the elements, sleep deprived, hungry, thirsty, and feeling disconnected and unwanted is no way to recover from addiction and abstain from drug use. It contributes to mental health and addiction challenges, doesn't cause them. I heard a speaker talk about supportive housing with wraparound supports as warehousing. But when you have housing and resources, it's easy to think that some forms of housing are not good enough. However, for the people that don't have any housing available to them, or housing that doesn't provide them with safety and security and the ability to keep their belongings safe and to have pets and to have the freedoms other people enjoy, they might have a different perspective on that. I think we need to be doing something to get organisations that run supportive housing to put more resources into it, so we can point to success stories in gaining more support for supportive housing in more neighbourhoods. There are models that work. It's a matter of planning it and resourcing it, not pausing it. When supportive housing buildings are so-called poorly run, it's generally due to the lack of financial support to have more staff on site or retrofit the units to sustain wear and tear more or have safer self-contained units. Supportive housing works in tandem with addiction and mental health treatment. It's not one or the other. We need to have both. And it's about prevention rather than reaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks. And I did listen to the speakers, and I did take the moment to look up the Let's Vote Canada, and I do appreciate a number of the founders of Let's Vote were here today. And I similarly, without getting too into the platform, I don't agree with a lot of the positions, and I think that reflecting that, I don't agree with some of the assertions around supportive housing that we've heard today. The reality is, and I do support Councillor Bly's motion, because fundamentally, we're not building the supportive housing that we actually need in this city right now. We know that there are thousands of homeless people in Metro Vancouver, across the region, but in the city of Vancouver, we have easily close to 2,000. Maybe not all unsheltered, but definitely close to 2,000 homeless folks. And that number has grown consistently since COVID, and it is not abating. You know, at the same time, our own housing targets that we've long established since before this council have planned targets for, I think it's 1,500 supportive housing units, at least 150 units a year. And we're not keeping pace with that. We're not keeping pace with the current need or the future growth. And yes, the province has an important role to play here, that the province has not necessarily stepped up in the way that we need to. And Vancouver does carry a disproportionate amount of the housing with supports in the region, but we also have the most homeless in the region, and we also have a lot of the challenges separate from the rest of the region that are unique to Vancouver, and in no small part because we're the big city, we're the big smoke. We have all the stuff. But the reality is that we're not coming online fast enough with the projects that we need to support folks who need the supports. And what that means in practice and in reality is that when we don't build enough housing with supports, those problems don't disappear, they get magnified. We see it show up in encampments, in street homelessness, in emergency rooms, in shelters, in public street disorder. And one of the interesting things, and I will say, I think it was Wallace Pong maybe that was talking about who lives within 150 meters, and I think Councillor Orr brought it up as well. I live within 150 meters of lots of housing with supports. And I have lived in a neighborhood with a lot of supportive housing, perhaps the most supportive housing in the city of Vancouver for close to 40 years. And there's lots of them that are not run well, absolutely. But there are lots that are run well, and those are the ones we don't really hear about because they're doing the job. And by all means, let's all come together and let's lean in and fix housing with supports that is not being run well and figure out how we make it work better. But saying no to housing with supports for people who need it the most is not going to be a solution. It's not going to make things better. It will make things worse. And as the big smoke, we're the ones who will be left holding the bag. Not Richmond, not the other cities, not the Tri-Cities. It'll end up in Vancouver. We're the ones who have to carry this. So we have a responsibility to lead on it as well and to lean in and show the commitment to equity and to housing for everybody. As I've realized in my time, living in Strathcona, in around the downtown east side, the most astonishing thing that I've discovered is people who end up, there's this misconception that folks who end up unhoused are often, they're unhoused because they were addicted to drugs and they got thrown out of their housing. When in reality, and I think former Councillor Swanson touched on this, is that a lot of folks who are unhoused turn to drugs because that is the only way they can survive. That is the only way they can get through the daily misery of being cold, wet, unhoused, unemployed, struggling to get by. It is a despair, it is a malaise that is actually, ironically, uplifted through housing with supports. We know that housing with supports is one of the few interventions that consistently does actually work. And yes, it can be done better. But housing with support stabilizes people. It reduces the long-term costs on our systems. It makes public spaces safer because people have somewhere else to go, but only if it's built at scale and without interruption. And so if we're serious about compassion, about public safety, about public order, about fiscal responsibility, the answer is clear that we need more housing with supports, we need more supportive housing, and we need it faster, not later. And we need it alongside full regional and provincial responsibility, but we can't abdicate our responsibility. We need to step up and do the right thing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I'm going to advance just first-time speakers first. So, Councillor Joe, go ahead.
One more. Okay. And my timer was running there a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, I strongly and unequivocally oppose this motion to reverse the decision regarding the net new supportive housing. Also, I want to be very clear, I have no affiliation with the organization you guys talk about. Let me be clear, opposing this motion does not mean opposing supportive housing itself. In fact, 3 years ago, I voted in favor of 2 supportive housing projects 5 minutes away from my home. And I have a little kid, as you all know. Supportive housing does not equal to drug use. A well-run supportive housing with sufficient resource can minimize the potential issues in the neighborhoods. But our focus needs to be on quality, livable units with supportive service for residents. Conditions in some of the supportive housing, I've been to a lot of them. They are inhumane. People would rather living on the street. We need to fix and replace the units we already have, the ones that are falling apart. That's what will make our communities safer and make those people safer in those units. And we should be also very clear. There's no supportive housing ban as this motion indicated. There's a pause on net new supportive housing with exemptions. It's also completely false to suggest the pause prevents senior level of government from funding the supportive housing in Vancouver. Everyone deserves a safe, livable, and a dignified place to call home. And for far too long, many of those buildings have been allowed to fall into complete disrepair. And we are working to improve conditions of existing facilities while continuing to replace SR housing with dignified, self-contained units with proper wraparound services and supports. And those supports are very important too. Today, we heard a lot of concern from the community member about the community safety. Speaker after speaker came forward today because of their deep concern, fear, frustration. This level of response does not happen by accident. It happens when community feels ignored and disrespected. It happens when a community feels decisions are being made affecting them without them. Today, I saw seniors who rarely leave their homes come to City Hall. I saw parents take time away from their families. I saw immigrants who may not speak perfect English as you do, but who spoke from their hearts. Their courage should not be dismissed. Their concern should not be ignored. For decades, our broader immigrant community keep their heads down. They work hard, really, really hard. They pay tax. They follow the rules, never complained. They believe that if they contribute to this city would respect them in return. They are not asking for privilege. They are asking for safety for their children. They are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for fairness. They are not asking for exclusion. They are asking to be heard. There's nothing wrong when parents wanting their children to grow up in a safer neighborhood. There is nothing wrong when seniors wanting to feel safe walking on the streets. There is nothing wrong when community wanting transparency, accountability, and respect. What is wrong is ignoring them, dismissing them, and making decisions that profoundly affect their life without their participation. The supportive housing units we are focusing on building will make communities safer, will make our most vulnerable populations safer. This is what Mayor's motion did and continues to do. For this reason, I cannot and will not support this motion reversing this policy. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And again, I'm just going to do first-time speakers first, if that's okay. Yep. Councillor Klassen, let's make sure you have a mic. Go ahead.
First of all, thanks very much, Chair. I'd like to thank the speakers for taking time out of their day today to speak to this motion. I know each of you spoke passionately because you all care about our city. And I want to point out that we're not voting today on whether supportive housing is a good thing or necessary. Supportive housing, properly resourced and staffed, can contribute positively to our communities. But I'm not supporting this motion because it's built on a false premise. So let me be clear, there is no ban on supportive housing in Vancouver. I repeat, there is no ban on supportive housing in Vancouver. What Council approved was a conditional pause on net new supportive housing tied to city contributions, with clear and important exemptions. To describe that as a ban is simply inaccurate. It is also false to suggest that senior levels of our government are somehow prevented from funding supportive housing in Vancouver. The province continues to hold the primary responsibility for funding, operating, and supporting this housing. This motion does not change that. In fact, just yesterday, Council approved investments to improve day-to-day life in SROs through better sanitation, safer buildings, and more reliable facilities. And I'll note that just yesterday, Mayor Sim has met with the CEO of Build Canada Homes, the federal body tasked with funding new housing. So the idea that Vancouver is closed for business simply does not reflect reality. And importantly, the pause approved by Council is not a blanket approach. It explicitly allows the following: all projects already underway and funded. Any health-related housing through Vancouver Coastal Health. Any replacement of existing supportive housing. Housing for seniors, women, families, and youth. Or social housing with supports. And so what we have said clearly is that we need to fix the housing we already have before adding more of the same. Everyone deserves a safe, livable, and dignified place to call home, and too many existing buildings have been allowed to fall into unacceptable condition. And more broadly, the system itself is under real strain. Frontline voices are telling us that it is overwhelmed, underfunded, and often lacking the staffing and supports needed to succeed. Simply adding more units without addressing those issues risks repeating the same outcomes. So this motion oversimplifies a much deeper issue. Our focus as a city should be on improving existing conditions, replacing outdated and in too many cases unlivable housing stock, and ensuring that supports are funded by senior levels of government that are actually there to help people succeed. That is the responsible path forward, and that's why I will be voting no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue. Oh, just under the wire. I was about to call the vote. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, I think I'm entitled to close on the motion. Thank you, Chair. I'm appreciative of the speakers who signed up to speak for and against this motion. What I heard was commentary that was complex, right? It's complex because there's a lot of personal feelings and concerns related to, I would suspect, personal values around drug use, around risks for young people, around the growing mental health crisis that leads to drug use in young people, or vice versa. And I share those concerns. I'm a parent. I'm a parent of a 21-year-old and a 26-year-old that I am close with and closely aware of the access that they have growing up in modern day times, not just Vancouver, just generally speaking. And to be quite honest, online, actually. Online is where it's quite a scary place for how young people access, and in high schools, through various social media apps, are able to access drugs. And so I share those concerns, and I just really want to acknowledge the speaker that spoke on behalf of a parent who has lost their daughter. I'm so deeply sorry to hear this, and recognize the pain that has caused. And then other speakers, of course, that don't want drugs around, drug use. I think we can actually agree that that's not the best outcome, and none of us are supporting that. And at the same time, not soft on allowing drug use. This is about data. This is about evidence. It's about research. And rather than it being about personal feelings or about an ideological position on drug use. I recognize how delicate it can feel these days with a younger population, and how important it is to talk to our kids about the risks associated. So I just really want to put a pin in that, because I heard that from a number of speakers. So moving to really the topic, which is around supportive housing, we're already down a path where we have to be able to respond to the crisis that's before us. And we know that supportive housing provides the best possible pathway to healing. The numbers show that. So it's not practical or pragmatic to suggest that supportive housing creates worsening outcomes for public safety, for homelessness, and even for recovery and treatment. What people need is housing to be able to move into or come back to, should they need it as part of that healing journey. We know that people experiencing homelessness, when it comes to the cost, and I heard a lot about the cost for taxpayers, homelessness is far more expensive for taxpayers if there's a bottom line conversation, which I don't even really want to enter into. The most affordable, fiscally responsible way to deal with this is to build the purpose-built housing that we need. I'll just say that the troubling part of this debate is that SROs that were never, ever intended in terms of their physical built form to serve the vulnerable population that they do are not the definition of supportive housing that we're talking about. So we're conflating a lot of issues here. There are buildings that have issues, but there are a lot of supportive housing buildings that have created stabilization, and without them, the crisis would be worse. We know that. So all I'm saying is the pause is not the answer. The ban, the pause, take your point. It's a both and, as we heard from speakers. There has been a significant chilling effect that has actually bolstered other municipalities to close their doors on much needed housing. So if the goal was to have others step up, it's actually had the opposite effect, which is only making it worse for all municipalities that are struggling with a growing homelessness crisis, not just in Vancouver, not just Metro Vancouver, across the entire province. So I get that this may not pass. I still think it's only going to pass by a slim majority, lose the vote by a slim majority, which says that this council is very divided on this.
Sorry, Councillor Bly, I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you.
I actually think the chair just cut me off early, just for the record.
No, it was at 5.
You did.
Actually, Councillor Bly, I can affirm that it is at 5 minutes and you're now at 5:12. It actually was well, we're now at 5:17. Councillor Bly? We do want to stick to facts in the chamber. You hit 5 minutes, as I gave to every other councillor. So please don't misrepresent the facts. That is correct. You can have the clerks confirm that if you like, but that is the case. Okay. Seeing and giving one other final chance. If there's nobody else that wants to speak, I will now call the vote. Thank you. Okay. Okay, everybody. Okay, Council. It looks like that motion has failed with myself, Councillors Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe in opposition, and that concludes this item, which is motion number 3. Thank you very much, everybody, and thanks to all the speakers. We will now move on to our next item of business, which is motion 4, creating a City of Vancouver Festival Support Fund. That is to be moved and introduced. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just following along the script here by Councillor Fry, I believe. Councillor Fry, when you are ready.
Yes, shifting gears entirely. Thank you, Chair. It's not often that I quote Joni Mitchell in any kind of council meeting, but seeing as she was recently awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Junos, I feel like it's worth trotting out that classic line, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? And that is the case for festivals in our city, quite really. Council are well aware of the funding challenges faced by festivals, beloved festivals in our city. That's why we just supported earlier today bridge funding for Vaisakhi, why we've supported the ad hoc emergency funding for car-free days, and funding to replace the celebration of light. Despite funding shortfalls from the federal government, funding shortfalls from the provincial government, and diminishing commitments from corporate sponsors amidst rising costs to put on festivals and keep them running smoothly and safety, Council have recognized that free festivals support our city's vibrancy and celebrate the outdoors, the fun, the multiculturalism, and the togetherness that also supports our local economy in a meaningful way. And we need to step up. I want to just share a couple of letters that we've received in support of this. From Martin Roy, the Executive Director of Festivals and Major Events Canada. And I'll just excerpt from their letter. They're based in Montreal and very familiar with the ecosystem in Montreal. While Vancouver invests approximately $2 million in arts and culture, municipal supports for festivals, just festivals in Montreal, is closer to $9 million. And similarly, where the maximum grant in Vancouver is about around $75,000, major events in Montreal, such as the International Jazz Festival or Just for Laughs, can receive up to approximately $600,000. We also received a letter from Jane Talbot and the Downtown Vancouver BIA. She writes, festivals and events are central to Vancouver's identity as a vibrant, inclusive, and economically dynamic city. They animate public spaces, bring communities together, and generate significant economic activity for local businesses. As outlined in the motion, many of Vancouver's free public events are facing growing financial pressures driven by rising costs, shifting sponsorship models, and inconsistent funding. This motion is a practical step towards sustaining Vancouver's festival sector. A dedicated, stable, and transparent festival support fund will provide certainty for organizers, help address rising costs, and maintain access to free public events that benefit residents, visitors, and businesses. The proposed models, including multi-year funding, tiered support, and alignment with senior government contributions, reflects proven approaches to other leading cities. And so,
sorry, Councillor Fry, you're over your 2 minutes.
Oh, you're back.
I just got back. Apologies. Was that Metro Vancouver?
Ah, okay.
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Fry's motion? Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay. We'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker on this item is David Ray.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is David Ray, and I'm here, a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Fry's motion to create the City of Vancouver Festival Support Fund. One of the things that makes Vancouver special is the incredible diversity of cultures, communities, and traditions that exist within this city. And one of the ways we directly experience that diversity is through festivals and community events. These are the moments when neighborhoods come alive, when streets fill with music, food, art, and conversation, when people from different backgrounds gather together and experience the city not just as a place to live, but as a shared community. Festivals create culture. They build connection, and they help define the vibrancy of Vancouver itself. It also challenges the ridiculous notion that Vancouver is no fun city. But many of the festivals that make this city what it is are struggling to survive. Across Vancouver, we've seen long-running events face rising production costs, declining sponsorship, and unstable funding, to the point where some events are scaling back or disappearing entirely. We've seen the car-free days events face uncertainty. We've seen the Jazz Festival appeal publicly for support just to maintain its free programming. We've seen the Mural Festival shut down after 9 years with over 400 murals painted across this city. These events are cultural infrastructure. They create economic activity, support local artists and vendors, bring visitors into our neighborhoods, and most importantly, they create shared public experiences that strengthen the social fabric of our city. And at a time when many arts and cultural organizations are already facing shrinking resources and rising costs, stability matters more than ever. Right now, many festival organizers are being forced to operate year to year, constantly scrambling to secure funding while costs continue to rise. That instability puts the future of these events at risk. By creating a dedicated festival support fund, the city can provide stable, transparent support and allow these events to plan for the long term. And importantly, it asks staff to work directly with organizers and stakeholders to design a program that is accountable, equitable, and sustainable. Other cities across Canada already recognize the value of this kind of investment. Vancouver should too. When we support festivals, we're not just funding events, we're investing in culture. We're investing in community. And we're investing in the shared public life that makes our city vibrant and welcoming. Council, I encourage you to support this motion and help ensure that Vancouver's festivals continue to thrive for years to come. Vancouver is strongest when we take care of each other. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 2, Jeff Tioli.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Tioli. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm the former film commissioner for the City of Vancouver. And I've also served as the senior manager of the film and event branch at the city. Before I begin, I just want to briefly acknowledge something from earlier. I understand that wearing my Vote Vancouver pin in this setting may not have been appropriate, so I have removed it. And for clarity, yes, I am planning on running for City Council at the next election. But I'm here today because these issues are sincerely important to me. And I believe that because I've worked inside the city, I can speak to them with some background. I want to start by saying that I do support this motion. The idea of moving towards a more stable, structured approach to supporting festivals and events in Vancouver is something I strongly agree with. As we discussed earlier today, we've seen the challenges that come from a reactive system. And there is real value in making a more strategic, long-term approach. But I do think it's important to recognize the scale of what's being proposed here. This is a meaningful shift, both in philosophy and in how the city supports events. Historically, the city has tried to avoid picking winners and losers, focusing instead on supporting festivals as equitably as possible. And what's being proposed here moves us towards a different model, where some events may receive higher levels of support than others. And that can make sense. It does for a number of cities. But it also means we need to be thoughtful about how these decisions are made. Because once we start prioritizing some events, we're also making decisions about which events may not get prioritized. And that's not just an operational shift, it's a value-based one. There are also practical implications. Expanding support, whether through additional staffing, resources, or coordination, is a change in how the city shows up in this space. And getting that right will matter. When I was working on the special event policy at the city, these were complex conversations. They required time, input, and careful balancing across the event community. And I think that same level of care is needed here. So while I support the direction of this motion, I would emphasize the importance of doing this with a high level of collaboration and consensus building with the organizers and stakeholders across the city. Because the strength of our event ecosystem comes from its diversity, and any changes in how we support it need to reflect that. If we take the time to do this properly, this can be a very positive step forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 3, Bruno Klapke.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Your Excellency, to put me right on the right track. I was lost a little bit. My name is Bruno Klapke. I live in Coquitlam, but I still have a house in Vancouver as a security when I want to come back. I want to support the the motion of creating support for festival fund. Years ago, I was participant of Marathon Festival here. We raced from Nanaimo to Vancouver in the bathtub race. That we don't have anymore. I wish we have it again. As a participant, we spent months of training. We had trial races to discover what is required to obtain top speed. We were financed and helped by the Canadian National Railroad and International Association of Machinists and aerospace workers. So I know that festivals are a big job with a lot of work and funding. But it brought racing clubs from everywhere, as far as Australia. The Kitsilano was teeming when we were raced from Nanaimo to Vancouver. It brought a lot of people in. Being a race tabber, we also had good relationship with United States. They invited us to Bremerton to come and race. We didn't only race from Nanaimo. We raced in Kelowna. We raced in Ladysmith. We raced in many places. I don't remember all the places, and also United States. And that brought a lot of people to the races, brought the community together. So it was something good. It was something good for Vancouver. I wish you brought it back. Now I have to go to Bellingham to see that festival. We used to have it here. You closed it for one reason or another. I don't know the ins and outs, but I wish you brought it back because it brings other countries also to Vancouver. And that's also part of the economy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bruno, for speaking to council. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Committee members, is there any discussion? And I see Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Before I make comments overall on the motion, I'd like to propose what I hope is a friendly amendment, if you want to move us to an amendment queue.
Great. Yep. Okay, that amendment seconded by Councillor Fry. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Councillor Fry, for seconding it. And I'll just read this into the record, and it is simply augmenting what Councillor Fry has articulated in the motion about to the province, asking for restoration of the BC Fairs and Festivals Fund, and I'm mirroring it with a similar clause that recognizes that the federal government has also stepped back, and so the additional proposed clause is that Council requests that the Mayor, on behalf of Council, advocate to the Government of Canada, including through the Department of Canadian Heritage, the restoration and expansion of federal funding programs supporting major festivals and cultural events, recognizing their economic, cultural, and tourism impacts, and the growing financial pressures that are facing such events, not just in Vancouver and across Canada. And I think that's self-explanatory. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue to speak to the amendment, so we'll take that to a vote, please. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything further?
Yeah, I'd like to provide some comments on the overall motion. First of all, thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. He and I have the pleasure of serving as the council liaisons to the Arts and Culture Committee, and I think over 2 terms together on council have both been fully supportive of this sector, as is, I think, broadly all of council. I think that this is happily a sector that everybody supports and that council's aligned on. It was mentioned earlier, I think I commented that in the last year particularly, it's never easy in the arts and culture sector, we know that, but it has been particularly difficult going into COVID, coming out of COVID, and then when the festival started to really realize the impacts and getting back, started to see that there were extraordinary latent and resulting cost pressures on things, renting things like fencing and temporary bathrooms and all of the things that go into providing the necessary infrastructure for festivals. We have seen corporate sponsors pulling back. We're in very challenging, very difficult economic times, and we have seen senior governments, provincial and federal, also pulling back, and that has been a whole confluence of factors. The City of Vancouver stayed the course and has been there, but that is cold comfort when you are a festival and trying to deliver it. I think that it is noteworthy that we have tried to continue upping the ante. There has been increased support. We took a look at trying to streamline the requirements around public safety. There's some additional, there's the Vest Share program trying to offset costs. I think I myself brought a motion forward last term that was entitled Making It Easier to Host Outdoor Festivals and Events, recognizing that we wanted to strip down barriers to the best of the city's ability, make the permitting streamlined and easier. All of that said, everything remains a challenge, and I think it's always good for us to look at what else the city can do to sort of lever up and support that. I think a city without art and without festivals and events is a bleak one. And it's dark, and that is, as we're heading into festival season, I think what makes Vancouver such a special place to live in a vibrant city. We get to celebrate our nature. Many of these things happen outdoors. We get to celebrate our diverse cultures. We have a chance to really come together. We just had the Cherry Blossom Festival this weekend. Amazing to see people picnicking under the cherry blossoms. We've got Vaisakhi coming up. Folk Festival was able to turn a corner previously with council support. They had a tough period of time. There's some bright lights with things like VIF and others and BARD, and then there's some folks that are having genuinely a difficult time. So I'm all in for looking at what we can do and continue to do to support our events. Again, I think it is part of this council's commitment that was made, I believe, unanimously towards supporting a vibrant Vancouver, and that is really a big part of living in a fun city and living in a connected city. So I thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. It's something that was very much on my mind, and I'm sure that we're going to see broad support around the table. I'd be surprised if we don't. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. And thanks, Councillor Fry, for bringing this motion forward. I know this has been a vexing challenge for a lot of people in the arts and culture sector, but particularly our festival producers. And I know that you and others in council have devoted a lot of time to meet and try to problem solve. And while I don't think any of us think that the city is going to be the principal source to try and make up that gap, we have seen a number of different companies and government levels of government that have walked away, partly because of the difficult economic times and the belt tightening that's happening as a result of large deficits. But I remain always optimistic that there is a pathway forward, and I know that in this term of council for myself, I remember my very first meeting with the Folk Festival when they were facing imminent ending of that festival. Luckily, by working with them and engaging with the city staff and other stakeholder partners, that festival was able to continue, and I am optimistic that we'll continue to go on for years to come. We are blessed by fantastic outdoor street festivals, and I'm thinking the Vancouver festival that happens at Jonathan Rogers Park and Catalano, and of course all of us partook in the Spring Festival in Chinatown, Lunar New Year Parade. There's just so many of these that are incredibly important to our city and our community, and I know that we've been Councillor Kirby-Young and myself actually met with a number of leaders in the arts and culture and festival space last fall, putting sort of all ideas on the table. I've since then met with a leader of another major arts festival, again, just trying to think of any potential pathway. I mean, the one thing that all of us have at council are fantastic networks and the ability to reach out to other stakeholders, and maybe there is a corporate sector in this city. We're seeing a lot of growth in some of the rare earth minerals and the mining sector. And I sort of think that some of those companies just need to be tapped and talked to and see if they'd be willing to partner. But again, there's nothing like having the ongoing support of the federal government, and we need to, I think, with this amendment, making those direct outreach to the ministry and to the government itself to try and make sure that we can ensure that that by providing that support, that it'll be a net positive in terms of economic activity that will lead to a lot of sales tax and in a sense kind of pay for itself. So very happy to support this and continue to bring strong voice to continuing and growing and supporting our arts and culture festivals in this city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Sorry. I strongly support this motion, and thanks to Councillor Fry for moving it. We're increasingly relying on extraordinary one-off grants to support festivals rather than developing a coherent planned approach. So that really does need to change. And the arts and culture community deserves predictability, and that means building stronger, more consistent support for festivals and their infrastructure into our planning from the outset, not scrambling at the last minute. I appreciate the amendment, which I was very supportive of in terms of seeking federal government funding for something that really does contribute to Canada's national identity. It's important that we get a clearer picture of the rising costs the city itself is responsible for in supporting festivals and events to ensure we plan to meet them. And I think that it should be a more central part of what we do as a city. We are really fortunate to have so many extraordinary artists and creatives living here. And it doesn't just yield a social and cultural return on investment. It also, we know, provides a financial return on investment. And I'm thinking about that 2024 Destination Vancouver study that shows that events throughout the year generate real economic economic returns for the city. And this is an investment worth making deliberately, not just when a crisis lands on our desk. So I'll be voting in favour. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Not much more to say that hasn't already been said. Obviously, strongly support this. And just unfortunate to sort of add to the list of that is in the motion is the Mother's Day powwow that's held at Trout Lake. I believe has been going on for 40-something years. Just had to cancel due to rising costs. And much to the chagrin of the organizers and of course Vancouver's urban Indigenous community and as well. So that that just means that this motion is very timely and I look forward to supporting it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Orr. I'll just hand the chair to Councillor Dominato, Vice Chair Dominato, to make some comments. I just want to add my support for this motion and thank Councillor Fry and Councillor Kirby-Young. Our festivals, as noted and as Council is aware, are facing extraordinary and escalating cost pressures, some of which was highlighted during our discussions this morning on Vaisakhi. But the challenges around these escalating costs are really festival-wide. Whether that's the Pride Festival, Car Free Days, Cherry Blossom Festival, the Folk Festival, Carnaval del Sol, the list goes on. So we have been stepping in with some extraordinary one-time funding and also the ongoing support of our Fest Share program. But clearly, we need an updated and sustainable funding model, and that's what this motion will bring back to Council. So I'm looking forward to that. And in addition, we will continue as Council, and I know the Mayor will, to advocate to our provincial and federal government partners. As mentioned earlier today, the city has really stood firm and in many cases have increased our support of these important festivals in our city. The city has always been there and the city will continue to be there, but we really need the province and the feds to come back to the table and in many cases, reaffirm their support instead of reducing it. So we'll continue to do that advocacy and continue to put that pressure on. But I just wanted to voice my support for this motion. Thanks. And I'll take the chair back. Councillor Fry to close.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Councillor, for what sounds like a sound support for this. I do want to acknowledge, too, that thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for that amendment. And also, as mentioned, Councillor Kirby-Young's leadership in the last term on the motion that is referenced in this motion, the making it easier resolution that we passed in the last council, making it easier to host outdoor festivals and events, which certainly has eased up some of the pressure, but obviously we've seen new pressures that are mounting, and so appreciate that everybody understands the critical importance for us, even though we see this drop in other funding sources. I do want to just reflect that the letter that we did receive from FAME, which I'll share with the rest of council, I'm not sure if everybody got it, but it does also, where it encourages us to step up, it also talks about how there is a lot of advocacy that they are doing and their colleagues are doing with senior levels of government, with the province, with the feds, and increasingly with tourism destination organizations, and encouraging them to step up and help to support these festivals, because these festivals really are a huge benefit to all sorts of sectors in our society, not the least of which arts and culture, but also small business and local economic development. And also just to one of the speaker's comments around concerns around getting this right, I do want to just reference that the motion does specifically talk about mechanisms to ensure accountability, transparency, equity, and cultural inclusion in this work from council, or this direction from council to staff, and also that staff report back. So we're not giving entire direction here, we're giving the cue for staff to do the work, and hopefully we come back with something really, I think, comprehensive that can recognize the diversity of cultural festivities, recognize that this is a shift in our approach as the city, and getting it right so that we can support these festivals that support our vibrancy in our city the way they do. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so not seeing anyone else on the queue, I'll take us to the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes motion 4. Okay, we'll now move on to motion 5. Strengthening Vancouver's FIFA World Cup 2026 Human Rights Action Plan with measurable standards, reporting, and monitoring, which was co-submitted by Councillor Fry and Councillor Maloney, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, and happy to co-submit this with Councillor Maloney. As we're preparing for FIFA 2026 and the World Cup, people in our city are asking very practical questions around how is this event going to affect our city, what will happen in our public spaces, and what protections will be in place for people who are already the most vulnerable. This resolution is about assuming the worst, but it is recognizing that major international events put real strains on city, and that's why FIFA have put a human rights action plan requirement on us in the first place. And this recognizes that that plan is in draft form right now, and this is an opportunity for us to provide additional suggestions and direction. So 3 things to just be clear about this motion. First, it asks that human rights, including the rights of unhoused and precariously housed people, are explicitly considered and protected as part of our human rights action plan. And that does mean clear expectations around non-displacement, dignity, and access to space and services during the event. Second, directing staff to work with community partners so that the preparations include supportive measures and not just enforcement responses. We've seen just south of the border recently, Seattle has taken great steps to pair their FIFA Human Rights Action Plan with outreach and massively increased shelter capacity, including harm reduction supports, and used it to leverage these opportunities rather than say, the opposite of that. And then third, asking for transparency and reporting. Council and the public need to understand how these commitments are being implemented, and that we're tracking everything, not after the fact, but in real time, and really taking this seriously, because this does have huge implications. Taken together, these recommendations are really about planning with care and acknowledging that we're welcoming the world, but we also need to be protective of our residents and our most vulnerable people at the same time. So this isn't really about delaying the hosting or politicizing the tournament. It's just about getting it right as we step out on the global stage, that we're doing this grounded in the realities of our city and the responsibilities that we have, and incorporating it into our Human Rights Action Plan. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. That motion will be seconded by Councillor Maloney. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations, and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is David Ray.
Hello again. David Ray here, once again a Vancouver resident, and I am here to speak in support of Councillor Maloney and Councillor Fry's motion to strengthen Vancouver's FIFA World Cup Human Rights Action Plan. Hosting the FIFA World Cup will be a significant moment for Vancouver. It will bring global attention to our city and create opportunities for celebration, for tourism, and international connection. But with that opportunity also comes responsibility. Large international events like the World Cup have historically created real risks for vulnerable communities in host cities. Around the world, we've seen examples where major events have led to the displacement of unhoused residents, aggressive enforcement practices, and increased pressure on already strained community services. Vancouver has already acknowledged that these risks exist. The Human Rights Action Plan draft identifies potential impacts on unhoused residents, workers, people with disabilities, racialized communities, and neighborhoods like the downtown East Side and Chinatown. Recognizing those risks is an important first step, but recognition alone is not enough. Human rights protections need to be clear, measurable, and accountable. This motion calls for measurable standards, transparent reporting, and independent monitoring so that the commitments made in the plan are not just aspirations, but real protections that people can rely on. And importantly, it calls for clear safeguards to ensure that people experiencing homelessness are not displaced or further pushed into harm during this tournament. Vancouver's response to homelessness should never be to move people out of sight when the world is watching. Our response should be to support people with dignity, with services, and safe places to be. This motion helps move us in that direction by asking for better data, better reporting, and better protections for our vulnerable residents. Ultimately, if Vancouver is going to host a global event like the World Cup, we should do so in a way that reflects the values we claim to hold as a city. Values like dignity, transparency, and accountability, and care for the most vulnerable members of our community. Supporting this motion is a way to ensure that those values are reflected not just in words, but in action. Mayor, Council, I encourage you to support this motion. Vancouver is strongest when we take care of each other. Once again, thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, David. Speaker 2, Chantel Spicer.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, my name is Chantel Spicer. I'm here today speaking in favor of this motion. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I do work at the corner of Main and Hastings through my role for the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition. As I said, I'm here today to speak in favor of this motion, which speaks to many of the concerns that we have expressed and heard expressed by organizations, collectives, and individuals who rely on public spaces in the downtown East Side and Chinatown when it comes to World Cup 2026. The draft action plan released on February 19th falls short of introducing any real human rights protections at all, though does recognize the risk of FIFA-related human rights harms, and in some cases even goes so far as to acknowledge the disproportionate risk for areas of the city outside of the immediate FIFA perimeter, the 2-kilometer radius, that includes the downtown East Side. However, after acknowledging this very real risk of harm, the plan offers little to mitigate it and instead rallies off a list of already in place rules, policies, and processes that supposedly apply to potential harms under each rights category. Beyond the draft action plan's failure to effectively mitigate risk for human rights violations, we are further alarmed by its lack of planning for reporting and redress when violations do inevitably occur. Most notably, I want to point out that directing people who have had their rights violated due to these games to the Human Rights Tribunal is shameful, given that the current wait times for the BC Human Rights Tribunal to adjudicate cases is 2 years, meaning that years after the soccer organization leaves town, Vancouver residents will still be waiting for recourse for their rights to be violated, for their rights being violated. Therefore, we applaud the call this motion makes for reporting and tracking of human rights violations related to the soccer tournament as part of city data collected related to the event. Thus far, the planning for the soccer tournament, which is spending hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, has been clouded by opacity and a lack of accountability by City Council and the host city committee. And knowing what the real human toll of being a host city is and having that information be public data is critical for democracy, public trust, and better city planning in the future. We've heard a lot of narratives about the opportunities that come from hosting hundreds of thousands of visitors for these games. But being a host city for the soccer tournament is an opportunity for Vancouver to show that it cares for all residents of Vancouver and that you as a council are dedicated to protecting the rights of residents. As Councillor Fry noted, we have seen other cities, most notably Seattle, use the soccer tournament as an opportunity to fulfill this responsibility by expanding sheltering for unhoused people. We have offered the host city committee many ideas towards meeting this motion's demands for expanded low barrier day and night spaces,
Sorry,
including
Chantal, you're over
respite.
time, but
Okay,
thank you for
thank
calling.
you.
Apologies. Thanks. Next speaker, speaker 3, Natasha Wahid. Okay, we'll come back to them. How about speaker 4, Jean Swanson? Okay. Speaker 5, Fabian Contreras.
Hi there. Before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Councillors Fry and Maloney for bringing this forward. You know, these conversations matter, and sometimes part of your role is kind of simply to release the pressure valve a little bit and to make space for people to speak and be heard and bring forward concerns that don't always fit neatly into a report or a framework. And that opportunity hasn't really been present when it comes to FIFA. So the first time I watched the World Cup in Canada, it wasn't in a stadium. It was in a crowded pub with my dad. Shoulder to shoulder, we were packed with Chileans all yelling at the same screen. My parents came to Canada from Chile and Argentina, and yes, that is as awkward as it sounds. And World Cup was a big deal for immigrant families like mine. It was more than just football, and yes, it's football. Watching the World Cup was a moment when being an immigrant felt less lonely, where cheering for a team was a way of saying we belong here too. And that's why when I heard Vancouver was hosting matches, I felt excitement. You know, the city is made up of people from everywhere. If any place should understand what the World Cup can mean, it's this one. And that's what makes the rest of this so uncomfortable, where the tension exists. You know, wanting to be excited and feel that excitement, but also understanding the impact of this event. So when my family arrived, we didn't speak English. We didn't have money. You know, we had systems of social housing that gave us stability. Community centers gave us a place to go. Transit, childcare, healthcare. These things weren't luxuries. They made it possible to build a life. And those same systems are under strain now. You know, social housing wait lists stretch for years. Community spaces are falling apart. Transit struggles to keep up. You know, we're told these are hard choices to fund, but there's just not enough money, and we can't ignore what it takes to bring an event like this. The price tag is over $500 million. That's not abstract. That's real. Tickets to games are more expensive than most people can afford. The real concern about security zones, displacement, and enforcement by the city is real for many people. So when something like the World Cup comes along, suddenly there's money and resources, and we make space and prioritize it over the people that live here. So as we see what happens when these events arrive, the pressure on communities, the resources get redirected, the decisions that get made quickly behind the scenes because the timeline depends on it. I'm encouraged by this motion taking a positive step to take action before words so that we're actually monitoring and doing things in real time when issues appear. So I'll be watching matches. I'll feel that same pull when the anthems play. I'll think about my dad, that pub, and those moments that meant so much to me and my family when I was younger. But what I'll watch more closely is whether we choose to invest and address the real concerns of people trying to make a life here. Success for me will be measured in whether we choose spectacle over substance, or whether we finally decide that the people who make this city deserve the same investment and protection as the events that pass through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 6, Calvin Domar Chuck White.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Amazing, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Calvin. I am a Vancouver resident, and I am speaking in favor of this motion because I think that any attempt to bolster the human rights protections offered in the current host city Human Rights Action Plan represents a step in the right direction. Reading the current draft plan concerning Issue 6, the welfare and well-being of unsheltered populations, I noticed the ubiquitousness of the term will continue to. In fact, the only section that currently offers any concrete commitment to change or increase in services refers to the city's plan for garbage disposal. This is, in and of itself, a valid concern, but in the absence of any other tangible commitments, I think it speaks to a priority of aesthetics over human life and dignity. And I think that reflects poorly on the city I live in. To me, this draft plan says, we know that FIFA will bring change to the city, but we don't have to change anything in preparation. And I think that shows a lack of initiative and imagination. We hear about the millions in revenue that FIFA will bring to the city, and that represents an amazing opportunity for Vancouver. As municipal leaders, you all know that planning, guided by the people those plans are for, are plans that actually work. We have the opportunity to invest in infrastructure that will improve people's lives in the long term, such as shelter spaces and public bathrooms. We have the opportunity to relieve and bolster the existing facilities and services for unsheltered people that we all know are overburdened as it stands today, so that they are better resourced after FIFA leaves. We have an opportunity to direct funding towards new, permanent, safe, dignified alternatives, like mentioned in this motion, created with the guidance of the true experts, the unsheltered people this plan is meant to support. That would be a win for everyone. What a wasted opportunity it would be to only continue with what we have now. I want to live in a city that cares about people over aesthetics, and I want to be governed by people who show innovation and imagination in the face of opportunity. Please vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 7, Stanley Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So, hello, it's me again. Probably the last time that you will hear from me today. While I do appreciate while I am sympathetic to the motivation of the motion moved by Councillors, I think Fry, and then seconded by Councillor Maloney, given how I don't understand because I don't understand how this is within the scope of the city, I can't really support it. I think even though you may say this is out of the scope, I do think the city needs to go back on focusing on its core functions, which I don't even think it's doing that well, rather than potential distractions as these things. But I am sympathetic to the motivations. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for calling. Okay, we will now go back through the speakers that were not available. Do we have speaker 3, Natasha Waheed? Okay. How about speaker 4, Jean Swanson?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jean. Hi. Please go ahead.
Jean Swanson, representing Carnegie Housing Project, the project of the board of the Carnegie Center Community Association. Vancouver residents support the motions. It's really important to increase low barrier day and night spaces, including respite centers, storage services, and hygiene facilities now, let alone when FIFA is here. But for FIFA, it would be extra good to provide safer spaces for folks who are homeless. It's also absolutely true that current tenant laws don't protect unsheltered folks, so relying on them during FIFA will be useless. During the Olympics, we had home ground that provided big tents with delicious food in one tent and entertainment in the other, all staffed through Carnegie by local residents who are paid. Why not do that again, spend a smidgen of the money that's going to tourists on our own residents who have very little? We also absolutely need a clear way to make complaints and get fast resolution. What if, for example, there was an SRO that has 31 vacant rooms? Is that owner planning to rent them out as Airbnbs during FIFA? Who would we tell, and how fast would it get investigated and hopefully stopped so the rooms could be rented to permanent residents? Public reporting on police interactions with unsheltered residents is also a really good idea. When folks on the street get their stuff taken, it makes it a lot harder for them to survive. Hope you'll pass and implement this really good motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Committee members, any discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question, a point of information through you to the city manager or deputy city manager. Just in reviewing the motion, the staff feedback, and then the human rights action plan that we've put together for the games. I'm just curious, I see a lot of points raised in the motion that are already covered through the action plan, everything around avoiding displacement, allowing temporary sheltering, tracking, as well as the ability to report concerns. And I'm just curious, could the city manager or deputy city manager comment further on that? Because I see it seems like much of this is already covered in our action plan.
Thanks for the question, Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Certainly, we have spoken to each of these items in the action plan and have provisional plans and responses in place to them. In some cases, there's still discussions underway with focused community groups relative to very focused items. This is a relatively modest hosting event for the city. We're hosting 7 soccer games over a 3.5-week period at intermittent times. Like, this is not the Olympics, so we're really focusing our work on in key areas and discussing with the province areas that are within their jurisdiction. So, but for the most part, yes, we've discussed these. We're taking a different approach than what is proposed in the motion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, happy to support this motion. I think it's just another example of just trying to get ahead of potential side effects of this event and just to not step on a rake. Yeah, we shouldn't be displacing anyone. The expanded low barrier day and night shelters is the right direction. I like the clear metrics and data tracking as well. The draft human rights action plan has been criticized for relying too much on existing systems and not enough on concrete actions or accessible remedies for people who are harmed. And that is the gap that this motion is trying to close. I will also say I've heard many concerns from marginalized communities that they aren't aware of what measures they can take if their human rights are violated. So with that, I do have an amendment that was drafted by the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee, if you want to go to that queue.
Yep, I can take us to the amendment queue. Please continue, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, as I said, a motion drafted by the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. It's a little wordy, but it's just finding a way to communicate to people what they can do if their human rights are violated, using sort of any of the resources that the city may have within the controlled access zone. So I hope you guys can support it.
Get a seconder for the amendment, please. Councillor Fry. Okay, so that was seconded by Councillor Fry. We're in the amendment. Let's see anyone else on the queue to speak to it. So I presume we'll take it to a vote. And this is on the amendment from Councillor Orr. Mayor Sim, just checking in if you're planning to vote on the amendment from Councillor Orr, which is currently on the screen. You want to vote assist? It's okay. This is an amendment from Councillor Orr. Not voting on it? Okay, thank you. Okay, that amendment Does not pass with myself in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. I will now go back to the main queue. Councillor Orr?
That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney?
Thank you to Councillor Fry for taking the lead on this motion and inviting me to collaborate on it. And thanks very much to the public speakers who gave such thoughtful, well-researched presentations. As Councillor Fry pointed out, Seattle, who is in a very similar position to Vancouver, is taking a very different approach. So the idea that we're already doing enough is a matter of perspective, which I don't share. So, like many Vancouverites, I'm looking forward to the World Cup. Vancouver being able to host the Cup is a privilege, and I'm really looking forward to welcoming visitors from around the world, united by a love of soccer. That's what the World Cup ought to be about, the spirit of friendly competition and the celebration of a sport that unites billions around the world. But there's the ideal, then there's the reality. And the truth is that the World Cup has often not lived up to its own high principles, especially on human rights. From the treatment of migrant workers in Qatar to the mass abductions of American citizens on the orders of FIFA's first and only Peace Prize laureate, people are understandably concerned about whether we're doing all we can to protect our communities or whether we're instead putting publicity over principle. The current Human Rights Action Plan is a good start, but it doesn't answer important questions about specificity and enforcement. A promise made without effective accountability is just words on a page, and we need concrete monitoring. To quote a famous saying, justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. We are still months away from kick-off, so there's plenty of time for this motion to be implemented. Our job as a council is to give priority to important issues as they arise. The protection of our most cherished civil liberties is surely among them, especially as these principles are actively being compromised down south. As Vancouver prepares to join the ranks of FIFA host cities, we have to make sure that we're creating a positive legacy that will bring pride to our city for decades to come. So we should be standing for human rights and make sure that this World Cup is one that puts our city's values at centre field. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Dominato so I can ask a question. I'd like to ask a question through you, Vice Chair, to the Deputy City Manager. My question is, in the motion, it seems to suggest ceasing public realm bylaw enforcement work. So things like removal of structures, lifting our ban on unpermitted street vending. Just hoping you could speak to some of the challenges around freezing some of that public realm bylaw enforcement and what would result from that.
Our experience in our work in the public realm is that when we pause our regular bylaw compliance work, whether it's on ensuring sidewalks remain clear and passable and buildings accessible and emergency connections accessible, and in parks, is that we very quickly see encampments grow. Strathcona, Hastings, Oppenheimer. So this is our experience. Just to note, of course, continuing the through this period that the park control bylaw is still in place, that people without housing will be able to shelter in our parks overnight. And as we mentioned in the plan, while we are continuing to do our daily bylaw compliance work, it really is to maintain that safe and accessible public realm for everyone. But we're certainly not intending to move people along. No one has to leave their neighborhoods. That's not how we do our work, and we do it with a trauma-informed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's important context from the Deputy City Manager. I remember the situation that we faced on Hastings in the downtown east side with the encampments, and really dangerous situation in terms of no access to sidewalks. We had many tents with propane tanks in them. We had a fire safety risk. I'm not willing to go back to that, so absolutely will not be supporting this motion today. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, in the full context of context, I think this has been very misrepresented. I'm going to read the exact clause as it was written into the motion. It is a no displacement commitment prohibiting dispersion, seizure of belongings, limited access to harm reduction services and sanctioned drinking and substance use areas, or other displacement practices during the World Cup. Emphasis in the absence of providing safe, dignified alternatives. So nobody's saying keep encampments on the street. Nobody's saying keep it chaos. The operation here is to ensure that we have safe, dignified alternatives so that when we are dispersing people, we have somewhere that they can store their stuff. We have seen the defunding of the very services that provide storage for unhoused people not through the city necessarily, through the province. And I think that we actually stepped up to help support that. But the reality is that we have unhoused residents who need additional supports. And if we're going to ask them to move along, we should be giving them safe alternative spaces. We do not have daytime shelter options for folks. We do not have the storage necessarily for folks who we're going to be asking to move along. That is the key consideration here. I want to remind folks that this is the draft human rights plan. This is the opportunity that we have to enhance this and make sure that it's working the way it should. You know, the draft human rights plan as it's written right now talks about displacement in the context of of tenancy law and assumes that people can apply to the RTB in many cases, which is frankly missing the entire point. And I will say that when it comes to unhoused residents, and this is word for word from the draft Human Rights Action Plan, it reads, in response to community concerns around the availability of daytime respite spaces, sorry, let me just, daytime respite spaces and interactions during visitor surges with people experiencing homelessness in the public realm, the city is discussing further potential actions to mitigate risks to people experiencing homelessness and housing precarity to be included as feasible in the next update of this draft action plan. That leaves the door open for this very kind of direction that is a fairly simple request, that we are at least providing safe, dignified alternatives for folks who may be at risk of displacement. The idea that we may be disrupting safe consumption sites in the interest of tourists having a good time at a soccer game is pretty outrageous. And I think that we should show great intention to ensure that we are doing everything we can to provide those alternatives, bake it into this Human Rights Action Plan. It's not an especially onerous ask, and it's just asking it to be included in the final Human Rights Action Plan. And I will note, as pointed out, Seattle is going way above and beyond what we are even contemplating here with some very tangible actions to support unhoused residents with rapid shelter deployment and all sorts of supports. And I think that it would be a mistake to just gloss over this motion as somehow some kind of getting in the way of the work that's already been done. This is really to complement the work that staff and the Human Rights Action Plan is contemplating. It's not getting in the way of it, it's just enhancing it and speaking for folks who maybe don't have a voice at this table, which I think is critically important and a major oversight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just another question actually I'll pass the chair to the Vice Chair Dominato. A question again through Deputy City Manager. I just want to address some of Councillor Fry's comments for clarification, for my own clarification. There was a comment from Councillor Fry that there are plans to disrupt safe consumption sites. Are there currently any plans around that?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your
That's
knowledge?
Not in our plans.
Not in our plans. Okay, thank you for confirming that. And on the disbursement around the bylaw enforcement, I understand that we'll be continuing to enforce the street bylaws around street vending, around removal of structures on sidewalks so people can pass safely, et cetera. But can I confirm that we're not asking people to leave the area?
So our day-to-day practices across the city that we currently do now will continue. We know that there's not enough daytime spaces, there's not enough shelter. That is the responsibility of the province, and we're in constant contact with the province around that. Seattle has a different jurisdictional context and a different delegation of responsibilities amongst the three levels of government: county, city, state, than we do here in Vancouver. So it's a challenging comparison for us operationally and just from a jurisdictional point of view. In terms of the footprint of the FIFA games, there is a very focused footprint right around the stadium, where we will be securing FIFA. We will be securing the stadium for FIFA. No one will be allowed in that zone unless they're a ticket holder or associated with FIFA. But again, it's very focused. And at this point, we don't see a lot of people relying on that area. And there are a lot of other areas in that neighborhood for people to be. There is a last mile that will be a pedestrian walkway from Main Street Science World that will be kind of the focus of the pedestrian traffic in the few hours leading up to kickoff. That will be activated, and it'll be a little bit more like activating for the Sun Run or something, but it's a pedestrian walkway. So that is the footprint of the games. We have built into this plan some additional considerations for the downtown east side and the broader public realm because we know that there are community concerns. When we look at when we talk about visitor surges, BC Place has a 53,000 or so capacity sellout seat capacity. We sell out Pavco sells out BC Place regularly. So we see this level of visitor surge in the public realm.
Thanks so much for clarifying that. And again, I just want to reiterate, we have a human rights action plan, and my priority is a safe and fun experience for visitors and a safe downtown with sidewalks that people can pass through and a safe experience. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thanks. Okay, and I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue, so I'll take it to a vote. Okay, that motion fails with myself in opposition. Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. And that completes the item. Thank you. So we will now move on to our next motion. Motion 6, establishing a city comptroller bylaw for budget efficiency and asset management framework, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing anyone. Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. Okay, so the idea of a financial comptroller oversight role is about protecting public money, taking better care of what we already own, and making sure that decisions are transparent and accountable. Our city manages over billions of dollars in public assets every year, and right now, responsibility for those assets is spread across multiple departments. That means decisions about spending, maintenance, risk, long-term planning. It can all happen in silos without one single independent voice that's overseeing and putting it all together. So this motion responds to the Auditor General's recent recommendations that talk about the city's asset management practices, especially for major civic facilities, that we need stronger structure, better data, and clearer long-term planning. And the same thing, I would say, was echoed in the mayor's budget. My mic or my timing? Okay, never mind. We also know that we're facing a huge infrastructure funding gap and that we need to improve our asset management strategy, and we need to do it in real time. So the city comptroller is apolitical and independent. It is a watchdog function reporting directly to council. It's keeping an eye on major spending as it happens. It's breaking down silos between departments, and it's bringing consistent citywide oversight to how we manage assets from the planning to the maintenance to the replacement. So again, this is really asking staff to come back with what the bylaw, which is entirely lawful, what a bylaw could look like, and really complement our city processes in a way that that really the independent Auditor General did when it was introduced last term, and to great success, I would add, because I think that we have seen the functional improvement, even though there was some resistance at the time of deploying an Auditor General, and I think that there was some resistance from management at the time, and we've now seen that it's actually become a very functional and essential piece of our civic governance. So I'm hoping that with an open mind, council will consider this as a positive step forward in our governance and accountability and oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Orr, thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. And also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Julie Starelski. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I support this motion. Today's motion is about one core principle: stronger stewardship of public money in this time of growing financial pressure to build public trust. 5 quick points. First, accountability to the public. Residents expect that every tax dollar is managed responsibly and transparently. While the Auditor General plays a critical role, their work is retrospective. They audit after the fact. A controller would provide real-time, ongoing oversight, ensuring issues are caught early, not after funds have already been spent. Second, closing a clear oversight gap. Right now, no single office is responsible for continuous financial monitoring and asset management across departments. Major funding is distributed across departments, yet oversight is fragmented. A controller would act as a central, independent watchdog, breaking down silos and ensuring consistency, compliance, and discipline across the org. Third, efficiency and value for money. This is not about adding bureaucracy, it's about preventing waste, duplication, and misaligned spending. With better front-end controls, life cycle costing, and capital planning, the city can make smarter decisions, prioritize effectively, and ensure we maximize value. Fourth, addressing the infrastructure funding deficit. The city faces a $500 million annual infrastructure gap. That's a structural challenge that cannot be solved by revenue alone. It requires better asset management. This framework would ensure we understand the true condition, cost, and risks of our assets, allowing council to prioritize strategic and sustainable investments, particularly given the property tax freeze and challenges that causes for future years. Fifth, alignment with best practices. Other leading jurisdictions already recognize the value. For example, Toronto, Chicago, and LA have similar roles. Guidance emphasizes exactly what this motion proposes: clear governance, centralized asset management, and ongoing oversight. Having worked both in government and business for many years, I have firsthand experience with the importance of valuing and maximizing assets by leveraging discounted cash flow analysis to align long-term asset needs and capital plans, etc. Finally, this motion is about confidence for the public, for council, and for staff. For government spending, decisions are being made without the best information, strongest controls, and long-term view. In short, better oversight, better decisions, and better outcomes for Vancouver, so we can pay down the deficit and have more funds for climate resilience, housing, festivals, and other important initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks for speaking to our committee. Committee members, any discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and just a couple of reflections in looking into this matter a little bit more and the motion as presented, is that effectively this notion of controller or chief accountant, depending on how you look at it, is typically an internal position, management position within organizations. And so not only does the City of Vancouver have an external Auditor General, which to the point being is being retroactive, as the Speaker was saying, looking backwards, we have a general manager of finance supply chain who's effectively the city CFO. We have an internal audit team, as well as the CFO effectively is the controller or can have an additional staff position within the city that acts as a chief accountant. But also this notion of sort of an external independent role. There were some examples cited from the US. I understand for the New York example that there with the strong mayor system, the controller is actually elected. They're not an independently appointed position, and that is to strike a balance between the strong mayor system and the US model, which we're not operating under a US model of governance. We have a weak mayor system here. And we've already commissioned and given direction around development of an asset management framework. And so for all of those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this. We actually already have all of this in place as needed. And if a member of council is seeking, they should take a look at both the Board of Administration bylaw as well as the responsibilities of our General Manager of Finance. If they're wanting more reporting, more regular reporting, that direction can be given. And that is at the purview of council. We do get regular financial updates here at council and the opportunity to scrutinize and to give alternate direction. So with those comments, I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will probably echo some similar sentiments to Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Dominato and I actually took the opportunity to have a conversation with our independent Auditor General, just in the spirit of doing some research and engagement. I understand the move of the motion didn't reach out to the Auditor General's office. But it was interesting there's a person that's very familiar with the different construct in different cities across Canada and the US with respect to their counterparts. And it struck me that Councillor Dominato mentioned in New York, it's an independent elected city official. It's a political position. And it's a very different context. I'm not sure why we keep comparing to the US or trying to bring American kind of politics into Canada. I think there's good reason these days to be proud of a lot of our Canadian system. That's probably me providing a bit of a personal perspective on it. I did sit on I believe Councillor Dominato may have other councillors at the time, trying to recall who, last term on the committee that established the independent Office of the Auditor General for the first time, that did the hiring and recruitment around that. Very, very familiar with the mandate of the External Auditor General, as well with the city. I think that was really important. I think that transparency and accountability is. I agree with Councillor Fry with respect to the conditions of our asset management. I think that hopefully we're going to see that concern translate into broad support for really reinvesting in our community assets in our upcoming capital plan that Council will be considering. But it was curious to me to sort of effectively duplicate. And I was trying to look for, I understand the problem we're trying to solve for, and I think that the answer to that is really investing in the community infrastructure. And I think that is something that all of Council can and should get behind in terms of where we put our capital dollars coming up, because we know we have this infrastructure deficit. I think I was the one that moved to quantify it and bring that forward. We also know too, I think, received some feedback from staff, and it's Council's job to take that feedback and make its own independent decisions. But it certainly can help inform some of the debate. And I think it did identify that a lot of these functions are the mandated responsibility of our existing Director of Finance, Colin Knight. And so I'm trying to look for, is there a gap in our transparency and governance? I'm not sure that there is between the existing control, the independent Auditor General. And in fact, arguably, you could say that this motion duplicates some of the direction that's already been given, which is to complete an asset management assessment. And in fact, Council will be receiving that very soon. My understanding is from staff as part of the upcoming information and work towards developing that capital plan. So that direction was given by a Council motion, I think, on October 7th. To develop an asset management framework. It's part of the capital plan development, and we will be getting that information. And I think we should really turn our heads and attention to that and put and make sure that we make the investments accordingly in the next capital plan, because I think reinvesting back in communities is incredibly important. So I agree with Councillor Fry that we need to monitor our infrastructure. I think we have the tools to do it, and I think it's Council's job to use the tools that we have to prioritize investment and quite frankly, hold our staff to account that those priorities are being fulfilled. So I'm not seeing that this is going to give us something new in addition to, I think, a well-established framework that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So what I've heard so far and sort of looking into this, I sort of don't find myself convinced that that this is an initiative that would add any additional benefit. In fact, I think it potentially risks, being that it is a council-facing recommendation, that it risks potential politicization in the future. And the fact that we have a $500 million infrastructure gap, which we've spoken about, it seems to me that we should be prioritizing delivering projects instead of adding a new administrative layer to the city. There is no clearly defined gap or issue that could be potentially have been prevented by the appointment of a separate controller. Of course, we do have a director of finance and auditor general, and so it seems to me that we would also be creating a third position that would potentially have redundancy with both of those. There is a concern around cost too. Would the cost for this office, which would run in the millions undoubtedly, create any measurable savings or improvements other than just generating more overall financial burden for the city? And again, we have, if we do have existing challenges, certainly it feels like that we should be working on solutions instead of actually trying to create a new role, a new body to try and address the solutions. I think that we could actually work with the tools that we have right now and the very, I think, really strong leadership we have in terms of financial accountability. So I do not find myself convinced that it strikes me as being more of a fancy title than an actual measurable role that could be bring any real benefit to us. I do believe that we've got a lot of work that is ongoing right now, and I'm prepared to support the work of our current teams right now rather than just creating new ones and then leave them with the challenge of where does the organizational decision-making get made as a result of adding yet another position into the mix here. We have an independent auditor who has the ability to look at any number of files, departments, and initiatives in the city. And then we also have a CFO who is accountable to the city manager and also able to and to the rest of the corporate leadership team here. So again, I do not see how this additional role would make any significant change to how we work here in the city. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
Well, I certainly didn't have comptroller as a fancy title on my bingo card for today, but I think it's not so much a fancy title as it is an actual additional layer of oversight. The Auditor General is an excellent independent function, and I'm glad folks are happy with that. And it is a relatively new construct in the City of Vancouver, and one that was not met favorably by many when it was introduced, yet has proven to be quite functional. And the Auditor General looks back on financial decisions and accountability. Comptroller is a real-time position, and I do appreciate that that the CFO does an excellent job, but I think what I'm reflecting here is the asymmetrical access to information that we see. We've seen probably the leanest detailed budget in, as far as I can remember, in this most recent budget document, which is not a lot of information, and there is an asymmetrical information flow here that others may have more access to information, but I do not as an elected council member, and nor do the public. The public can't get any eyes on the details of this budget and how the zero means zero affects the various line items in the operation of the City of Vancouver. And I bring that up specifically in the context of we have somehow, despite a zero means zero budget, found significant amounts of funds for a new fireworks festival, for a new police academy, for a new policing district. And it is inconsistent with our understanding of a zero means zero budget. So again, having that independent oversight removes and eliminates any notion of politicization of the financial reporting, because it is independent and it is reporting directly to council in a way that I'm not getting reported to right now. And I think I would assume others on council who are not of the majority party. And I think this is, at best, this is a request to look at it. It's
Point of
not
privilege, if I might, Chair.
Yep.
All councillors, just in terms of the suggestion that members of the majority party receive different information, all councillors receive the same information. I just want to level set that. Thank you.
I concur.
I wasn't aware, but thank you. Okay. I do believe still that there is an asymmetrical amount of information that I'm not certainly privileged to. Because again, with the decisions to make large financial commitments like millions of dollars for fireworks, millions of dollars for a new police academy, that suggests that there's information and access to financial information that the rest of council do not have. I'll leave it at that. And this is really unfortunate that it's being sort of panned as something that's not necessary, when in fact I think this is actually an opportunity to improve our processes as the City of Vancouver and for future councils as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, not seeing anyone else on the queue, so I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, you please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, and that does not pass, with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. And abstention from Councillor Maloney. Okay, that completes the item. We'll now go to motion 7, entitled Funding Our Services with Taxes on Major Landholders and Investors, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks. All right, last one. Save the best for last. This motion is about fairness and about being honest about what actually helps people. Last year's 0% property tax was framed as helping regular people, but a blanket tax freeze affects everyone equally, including those who own multiple properties and high-value assets, while doing nothing to fix the growing pressure on our city's finances. This motion takes a different approach. It protects regular homeowners while asking those with multiple properties, high-value assets, or investment portfolios to contribute a bit more to the services that make the city function. Some will say 7% is too high, but the 10-year average is already around 5.6%. And this increase is slightly higher because it directly funds a rebate that shields most homeowners from any increase at all. And frankly, we've seen much larger jumps before, including increases over 10% in a single year. Others will say this can't be done, that using MIVA is too complex, or that we already have the homeowner grant. But if we don't try to use the tools available to us, we are choosing to leave a structural problem in place and effectively letting those with the greatest means off the hook while the city faces ongoing fiscal pressure. And finally, there's concern that this will be passed on to renters, but that's not how the system works. Annual rent increases are regulated, and a change of this scale simply does not justify exceptional increases. In practices, landlords raise rents based on allowable limits, not marginal property tax increases. At its core, this motion says we can protect regular people and fix our finances at the same time. We don't have to choose one or the other. And I will say, I wish we weren't in this position to get creative. I wish we did have progressive property taxes like we have progressive income tax or even land value capture taxes. But here we are, and I welcome all input that would make this motion stronger. Thanks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fry. Thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations. They may only speak once. And I'll also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Nikita Steele. Oh, okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 2 is Matthew Hay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matthew. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I strongly support the motion that's before you. Last fall, when the ABC majority passed their austerity budget, we were told that core services would be maintained. We were told our concerns were not fact-based and rather stemmed from misinformation and fear. So then I have to ask, does the majority council not believe that lifeguards at beaches in the summer are important? Is this the public safety we were promised? As a speaker who spoke this morning regarding the Vaisakhi Parade said, when we celebrate putting out fires, that's not support, that's neglect. Car-free days were saved by Councillors Orr and Maloney, but it was the council's decisions that started the fire in the first place. I've heard on numerous occasions, on numerous motions, councillors reject criticisms of not doing enough by highlighting some of the work this council's done. Fair enough, but this so perfectly encapsulates how this council does not hear us, the people of Vancouver. You spend valuable time defending your record instead of hearing us when we say, we need you to do more. You may be doing something, but you are not doing enough. It is time to do more. Let's level set here. Only 2.3% of all residential homes in Vancouver are over 3 million. Our city is over 55% renters. That means 99% of Vancouver households maintain the freeze and the savings it brings. Only the wealthiest 1% are asked to pay their fair share, a fairly standard increase given this council majority's tax increase history since 2022. We have struggling families doing everything they can to make ends meet, and we have families in ornate, colossal mansions with deep real estate portfolios deciding between Mykonos or Bali for their vacation this summer. We all utilize the city's services, and zero means zero is set to leave our city in neglect. Which family do you think is better able to financially invest in the city's future right now, in this current cost of living crisis? If you choose to oppose this common sense motion, I fail to see how you can claim to care about delivering affordability for the people. And I struggle to see how you can claim to fight for anyone other than those with enough zeros in their bank account. Please, prove me wrong. Choose the 99%. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 3, David Ray.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. For the last time today, my name is David Ray, a Vancouver resident, and I am here to speak in support of Councillor Orr's motion to fund our services with taxes on major landholders and investors. Last year, Council approved a 0% property tax increase, and at first glance, of course this sounds like relief, and I understand the instinct behind it. People are struggling with the cost of living, and many residents are feeling squeezed. But the reality is that a blanket freeze treats everyone exactly the same. It treats residents living in their only homes the same way as a corporate landlord holding dozens of properties. It treats a working family as the same as an investor holding multiple high-value assets in one of the most expensive real estate markets in the world. These are not the same situations. When we apply the same policy to fundamentally different realities, we create outcomes that are simply not fair. At the same time, the city continues to face real and growing costs. We need to maintain infrastructure. We need to support parks, libraries, community centers, cultural programs, and the services that people rely on every day. We need to build out everyone's right to the city. Those needs don't disappear because we freeze taxes. What we saw in the last budget was that these pressures were addressed through over $100 million in cuts and reductions, rather than through new revenue. Cuts have consequences. They affect arts and culture organizations that are already struggling to survive. They affect community services that people depend on. They affect the very things that make Vancouver a livable city. This motion offers a more balanced and fair approach. It asks those who hold the most valuable and numerous properties in the city to contribute a little more towards the services and infrastructure that make those investments possible. At the same time, it protects most resident homeowners by providing a rebate to people living in their principal residence below the $3 million value threshold. In other words, ordinary homeowners would not see a net increase, while large-scale property holders contribute more towards the city that they benefit from. That's not a punishment. That's equitable and fair. Vancouver should not be balancing its books by cutting services while wealth tied up in land continues to grow. Land values in Vancouver have been built not just by individual property owners, but by the collective investments we make as a community through our transit systems, our parks, our schools, and our public services. It is only reasonable that those who benefit the most from those investments contribute their fair share in sustaining them. This motion does something wildly important. It starts a conversation about what a fair tax system actually looks like in the city of Vancouver, a system that protects working residents, a system that asks more from large-scale investors and speculators, and a system that allows us to maintain the public services that make this city livable. Because if we want a city that works for everyone, we also need a tax system that works for everyone. For the last time, thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, David. Speaker 4, Suzanne Biggs.
Sorry, hi.
Hi there.
Hi. Hi, thank you so much for your time. I am in support of this motion, and I urge you to support this motion as well, funding our services with taxes on major landlords and investors. I'm urging you to stop the cuts and tax the rich. Ken Sim and ABC voted to freeze property tax increases this year in a major handout to corporate landlords and super rich investors. But the handout to the rich means reduced library hours, canceled community events, less infrastructure upgrades, and worse services for everyone. I'm a former registered nurse now on disability, and I rely on the Leisure Access Program for services at my community center that are vital to me. And I can't imagine how city council members frankly sleep at night when their decisions are starving and strangling the community resources that are so important to those in the most need. Ken Sim claimed the 0% property tax increase would help regular homeowners with affordability, but it disproportionately helps the super rich. And frankly, it seemed like a political stunt leading into an election year. Now the city needs to find $120 million in cuts or drain the reserves and jack up the taxes later. ABC is pretending they're trying to help homeowners, but the biggest winner for them is billionaires and investors, and everyone who relies on the city services, the regular residents of Vancouver like me, will be left behind. This motion proposed by Councillor Orr is a chance to call Ken Sim's bluff, tax the rich. It's not too late to stop this brutal austerity budget. Lastly, recall the city's own budget survey showed an overwhelming rejection of the austerity budget, with a majority of residents voting for tax increases and against cuts. I was one of the over 600 people who called in to voice their opposition. Pretty sure we broke a record. When City Hall doesn't reflect the voices it purports to serve, it's hard to call it a democracy. And I urge you to take the opportunity given by Councillor Orr and vote in support of this motion today. Protect our public services. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 5, Robert Beta. Or Beta.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hello, councillors. This is Robert calling in. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I would like to express my support for this motion to increase property taxes on the most valuable real estate portfolios in the city. I want to commend Councillor Orr for his express support for in principle, a land value tax scheme. Of course, that's not what we get. But, in the absence of a land value tax scheme, any increase on high value real estate taxes is progress. We need to run an economy that recognizes rewards for value producing labor and does not reward the rent-seeking behavior of speculative land investments and aggressive landlord activities. I want the funds that come from the lease value of land in its undeveloped form to be put towards the common good, the community services that we heard lauded from our previous callers, towards our public schools that serve the children we care for in this community, towards our hospitals, towards our transit infrastructure, and towards our parks. I think that it's only fair that property taxes be levied in proportion to how much property owners benefit in the value of their portfolios from the labor of residents that make this city work. I urge the councillors to support the motion for this increased property tax on the most valuable real estate portfolios in the city. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 6, Maria Cruz. Speaker 7, Christina Chu.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi there.
Hi. I'm Christina Chu. I am a concerned citizen of Vancouver who stands for many people of faith and faith communities and people of goodwill for the common good. I strongly support this motion. I have a friend who works as a coordinator in a community center who says that many of her patrons are being affected. Would you want to go to a washroom in a park that is not cleaned properly? Cuts have caused this. Cost of living has gone up greatly. The ones most affected, as we all know, are those who are working, middle class, low-income seniors, and working people and families. So, yeah, as we know, gas is up, groceries are up, transit costs is going up, rents have gone up, and we don't need any more cuts to services. We need to find a way to help all of our citizens. How do we fund these services, including supportive housing? We tax those who can afford properties more than $3 million, and those who own more than one property, and those who have purchased properties as investments and speculations. The reason that these people already have a home and much more, they can pay more of a fair share so others without food, shelter, safety can get a stable place to live with the supports that they need to survive and thrive. And for those who are using half their paycheck or most of their paycheck to pay rent and all the other expenses, who are precariously going to fall into homelessness soon. If many places are already putting in place these progressive taxes, we can do that as well. Washington State recently put a new tax. Governor Bob Ferguson signed a landmark law establishing 9.9 tax on high incomes, and other places like New York City, Massachusetts millionaire tax, California, Michigan's proposals are all going that way. The book, Taxing the Rich, draws on unparalleled evidence from 20 countries over the last 2 centuries to provide the broadest and most in-depth history of progressive taxation to the rich. This book is by Shiv and Sheva Veg. So
Sorry, Christina.
it's time that
you're over time. Apologies. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you. We'll go to Speaker Ryan McDermott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thanks for taking my call and giving me the time to speak today. I am a citizen of Vancouver. I'm a resident. I've lived here quite a number of years, almost 20 since graduating from UBC. But in that time, I've only seen the city become prohibitively more expensive. That's why I'm calling in to support Councillor Orr's motion. Even among those who work full-time jobs, many residents my age and younger are downwardly mobile in this city. Many will never meet the standard of living enjoyed by their parents, and many even feel as though they can't afford to have children or families of their own. Well, not all of this is the fault of the municipality. For years, this city's most privileged, including non-resident owners, billionaires like Chip Wilson, and more, have continued to hoard wealth at great cost to the rest of us. By creating de facto cuts to city services that everyday Vancouverites rely on, this mayor's contentious 0% property tax increase, passed in the face of overwhelming public dissent, has only served to exacerbate this trend. It's also had the effect of reinforcing Vancouver's reputation as no-fun city. We've heard a lot about this council supporting public events today, but the ugly truth is that some of the council people in this chamber want to have it both ways. They want to get credit for preserving events while they themselves caused the shortfalls that imperil those events in the first place. If council doesn't want to increase the tax burden on middle-class families who live in and own their own home, fine. But if we want to be a world-class city, we need to provide services like one. We need to have world-class cultural production. We need urban infrastructure for a sustainable and climate-proof future. We need libraries with reliable hours and staffing. We need transit. The mayor and this council have made bone-deep cuts in many of these categories instead. No more. Let those who have hoarded the most pay their fair share to help transform Vancouver into the city that we all deserve. Councillor Orr's motion is fair, and it is not only good for those of us in this city who are constantly getting by on less and who rely on public services in order to make up for that fact, it's good for the city itself and for the city's future. Because if everyday people can't afford to live, work, have families, and yes, enjoy themselves here, then Vancouver has no future. I'm not naive. I do not believe the mayor and his party are sincere in their professed commitment to making this city affordable for regular Vancouverites. We've seen them ignore and dismiss the concerns of speakers in these meetings when they don't support their pre-existing agenda. But I will tell you now, we will see the day when Vancouver's ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. Whether that day comes now or after Election Day, that's up to you. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 9, Jacob Wade Valance. Okay, Speaker 10, Mike Barrett Cerrone.
Also no.
Speaker 11, Natalie Schwartz. This is
Hello.
in person. Hi, is that Natalie?
Can you hear me? Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Natalie Schwartz. I acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I have lived, worked, and loved so-called Vancouver for over 2 decades. I support Councillor Orr's motion to raise property taxes on non-resident investors, mansion owners, and those with huge property portfolios, especially slumlords, to fund public services and social programs. I volunteer bi-weekly with a food bank type service to deliver unsold food to residents of the downtown east side, as well as Kitsilano and the West End. Seeing that extreme poverty that we as a society allow others to barely survive in breaks my heart. Rent is a poverty tax in Vancouver, and it's harder each year to save money while the rich accumulate more wealth to inflate their net worth and portfolios. I see people handing over their hard-earned wages, sometimes spending over 80% on rent, which doesn't make sense to most of us. Trickle-down economics is a lie most of us figured out a while ago. It doesn't work. We need a new plan, a new leader. My own brother was sharing a 1-bedroom with his partner, 2 kids, a dog, and a cat in the West End last year before their bills got too high. Where are they supposed to go? Vancouver loses talented artists and other skilled humans more every month. My best friend is moving back to Calgary because he can't justify his rent cost here for a higher paying job in Calgary. My elderly neighbors, slumlords, gaslight her about emergency repairs, negate basic maintenance in hopes she will give up her home of 45 plus years and move out. These people are known slumlords, and the city doesn't enforce fines. Why? The taxing the rich is an invoice for the infrastructure that they use to hoard the wealth. It's systematic exploitation that needs to be fixed. This tax will make a huge difference to our public service, which benefits everyone, as well as improving the daily life for a lot of people, mainly the elderly and disabled, whom are mainly barely surviving on fumes. I hope that the city discovers their empathy and wakes up to the reality that by lifting up others, all of society benefits. By taxing the rich, you stand for society as a whole. Fight poverty, not the poor. This year is about holding each other accountable. Tax the rich. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 12, Omar Bemidji. Speaker 13, Claire Wemes.
No.
Speaker 14, Alexandra Laringi. Larigny?
No.
No. Speaker 15, Mathieu Udon.
Hi, councillors and mayor. My name is Matthew, and I am calling to support this motion and fund our city with the help of major landholders. We need to treat Vancouver's housing like a community meal. Everyone gets a plate before anyone gets second. Yet, since the founding of the city, we have bought and sold land in Vancouver like Bitcoin. A progressive tax on the people who win the speculation game just makes sense. They have won significant gains in their gamble in the past 20 years, while other investments have been left behind. This motion only calls for taxing speculation on second properties, and as we all know, one person cannot physically live at two properties at the same time. British Columbia already has luxury taxes. Why should holding multiple properties be considered anything but a luxury? And in the spirit of decolonization, why does the rights of land get decided by money, yet the bills get paid by the rest of us? I know that some supporters of our council may stand around like Mr. Monopoly with his pockets turned out to this, but we need to communicate to the people of Vancouver that we're serious about funding our services. This means that sometimes the richest among us have to pitch in for the party. As Matthew mentioned, we were hardly able to secure funding for our public festivals without a special motion by councillors Orr and Maloney. If our housing investors can afford to be gluttons for housing, they can afford to pay for the services that we cherish. Libraries, schools, childcare, parks and green spaces, streets, emergency services, and all the other public goods that make the city great. Once again, I urge the council to support this motion, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 16 withdrew. Speaker 17, Pablo Ruiz. Okay. Speaker 18, Susan Davis.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I like to start by saying I'm grateful to be a guest in the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I am the Executive Director of the BC Coalition of Experiential Communities, a democratic organization of sex workers across British Columbia. I am a citizen of Vancouver, and I'm here today in support of Motion 7 and a lot of the other things that were done here today. Council has committed to a 0% tax increase, but let's be clear about what that actually means. The 0% increase is not neutral. It is a decision to reduce the city's capacity to deliver services, and the harms that follow are not accidental. They are foreseeable, predictable, and known. When funding is constrained, programs are cut, delayed, or eliminated. We are already seeing this. The loss of capacity, including work specifically intended to support the safety of sex workers, is not theoretical, it's happening in real time. Those impacts disproportionately harm women and marginalized communities. Women rely more heavily on housing supports, community services, and safety programs. This includes women who do sex work. Sex workers already face systemic barriers in housing, financial systems, and health due to stigma and discrimination. Many rely exactly on the services that are most vulnerable when budgets are constrained. When those services are reduced, the outcome is not uncertain. Nope.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Sorry, can you still hear me? Somebody is calling me from you guys.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, sorry. If that lens is so The City of Vancouver has committed to applying an equity and gender-based lens to its decisions. That commitment requires more than just language. It requires recognizing that decisions about funding have differential impacts and that those impacts are foreseeable. If that lens is not applied here, then those commitments are not being met. Motion 7 provides a way to address this. It maintains the city's ability to fund essential services while protecting resident homeowners through a rebate, and it shifts costs towards non-resident and investor-owned properties. Because the pursuit of a 0% tax increase is not cost-free, it simply shifts the cost onto those who rely on services to survive. The harms associated with service reductions are known. This motion is a practical step to try to prevent those harms while still protecting residents. I urge you to support Motion 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 19, Alexandra Vaisakhi.
No.
Okay. How about speaker 20, Denzel John Ashe?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Denzel John Ashe. I'm a resident of Vancouver in the West End. I am in support of this motion. I'm a disabled senior who critically relies on the programs and services of the city. I understand that the argument for not raising property taxes was that it was onerous for lower-income homeowners. Landlords are not going to pass on the savings to their tenants unless they are forced to do so, and there's nothing forcing them to do so, because they are landlords because they want money. The motion to raise money from taxing those who are not lower-income homeowners solves this problem. There is no reason those who can afford it should not be contributing to the city and its finances to benefit everyone. This could operate in a similar manner to the current homeowners grant, which is not a difficult or new procedure. I urge you to support this motion to use your ability to actually help people rather than giving a tax break to those who can afford their taxes without going without the necessities of life. I also want to point out that the services and programs do assist less fortunate residents with these necessities. It is about those who need basic life versus those who just want more money. Please consider the vast majority of Vancouver residents who need help. I presume you became councillors to have a good city for real people. If you still care, you will vote in favor of this common sense motion, even if your party did not make it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for calling. Okay, that's the end of our list, but we're going to go back to see if speakers that were not available are now available. How about speaker 1, Nikita Steele?
No.
Okay. Speaker number 6, Maria Cruz.
Yes.
Hi, Maria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi. Great. Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Maria J. Cruz. I am a working performing artist and an educator and resident of Vancouver. And I just want to say that I heartily, 100% support all the articulate, well-informed statements made by everyone in favor of this sensible motion made by Councillor Orr, which is the funding of our services with taxes on major landholders and investors. Rather than talk myself or give my opinion or further anything in that vein, I am going to echo the words of a national expert on the matter. Ricardo Trajan is a political economist and senior researcher with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Trajan, in his latest publication, The Tenant Class, tells us in his final chapter, quote, "The landlord class fights fiercely for its right to appropriate tenant income and turn it into personal wealth. And in doing so, it counts on the support of most of the political class. It takes political power to go up against the landlord class and force governments to rein in markets."
Further on, he states, 75 years ago, a detailed study by the CMHC's research chair unambiguously stated, private markets won't solve Canada's housing issues. Yet today, all major official housing strategies in the country consist largely of providing ever more favorable conditions for private investors, developers, and landlords. It's not that government lacks ideas, as clearly demonstrated here with this motion put forth by Councillor Orr. It's that politicians just don't want to implement them, because doing so would hurt a parasitic but powerful economic elite. As Councillor Zhao so passionately said regarding another motion earlier today, when residents are ignored or dismissed and not heard, that is a blatant failure of municipal government. It's time to stop ignoring the average resident in Vancouver, and it's time to stop rewarding the top 1%. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 9. Do we have Speaker 9 on the line? Jacob Wade. Okay. Speaker 10, Mike Barrett. Okay. Speaker 12, Omar Bemidji. Okay. How about 13, Claire Wemius? 14, Alexandra Morani. 17, Pablo Ruiz. And 19, Alexandra Vaisakhi. Okay. Okay, thank you. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone to speaking to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I read through this motion a few times to understand how exactly this works. So I just want to ask a point of information through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Ward, I completely understand the rationale of this motion. So I'm just looking forward for some clarification so I know how to vote on this motion. So just one example, I have a friends couple, Cindy and Lawrence, who are in their 70s. They were both retired in Vancouver from working class type of job. They used all their money they saved for their whole life. You know, Asian family, they love saving money. And they used that money they saved for the whole life. They were able to buy a property in Vancouver that is over $3 million, but they have no other stable income after retirement. And of course, there's no pension plan for this couple. So based on this nature of this motion, do Cindy and Lawrence needs to pay 7% property tax?
I believe there's options for deferral for financial hardship. I mean, seniors defer their property tax a lot, but let's be, yeah, I mean, it'd be $35 probably roughly a month that they would pay, yeah.
So they have to pay?
If they are not eligible to defer their property taxes, they would have to pay $35 a month, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So another example, which I'm not going to release their name for this time, is the entrepreneurs who live in Vancouver in the Ocean View condos. That is over $3 million, but only one property in Vancouver. But also he owns multiple rental property in Burnaby and Richmond. He's really the ultra rich some of the speakers were talking about. He will be qualified for this rebate, right?
I'm sorry, if the property is under 3 million?
No, the property is under 3 million. But he owns multiple properties in other municipalities.
I would assume he would be for the Vancouver portion, he would qualify, yeah.
He will be qualified for the rebate. Thank you. Yeah, so I think there's some gap result, some unfairness of this just because of these two simple examples. So with that, I truly understand and appreciate the rationale of this motion, but I don't think it's going to work in Vancouver. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. So I just want to be clear about what's being proposed here. This motion asks us to abandon a promise we made to Vancouverites, a promise of a 0% property tax increase, and replace it with a 7% hike dressed up as something else. And it asks us to pick winners and losers. And it does so under the guise of a rebate system that the city doesn't even have the legal authority to implement without provincial approval. So what we're debating today is not a ready to go solution. It's a concept, one that creates uncertainty, administrative complexity, and real risk. We passed a budget that held the line at 0% while still investing in public safety, infrastructure, and core services by making tough decisions and finding savings. And that wasn't easy, but it was responsible. The solution is to continue doing the hard work, managing costs, driving efficiencies, growing our economy, and building a city where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. So I will not support a motion that raises taxes, creates division, and moves us backwards. Vancouver deserves better than that. And so let's keep focused on unity, responsibility, and real solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to briefly say that I am very committed to the principle that taxes should be progressive and that people with greater means should contribute to city revenue more. They should pay more, and generally in every level of government where taxes are implemented. And I know that this council has previously been supportive of progressive taxation. I know that in early 2022 there was a unanimously supported motion that was voted in favour of by 4 current council members to implement a progressive property tax system. Just want to address the remarks made by the Mayor about creating winners and losers, being responsible and not wanting to create division. But I really think that that's something that was done by keeping property taxes at 0, because what it did was give it the biggest tax break to the people with that own the most valuable properties in the city. So I think that, you know, it's an oversimplification to say we certainly created winners and losers when the budget was passed. So I think that this motion represents an earnest attempt to redress some of the winners and losers that were created by the budget. So I think that it's extremely well intended. Just moving on. So this motion does attempt to maintain the envisioned affordability that was said to be the primary focus of the budget, while removing a tax break for people that have more properties that are worth more in the city of Vancouver. I do have concerns about how this is carried out within the motion. I mean, ideally, we would have a better funding model for municipalities, and we've heard a lot about that. It'd be great to have a coordinated progressive tax approach that's implemented through a thorough, considered process at all levels of government. When I studied tax law decades ago, I can't remember many of the details of it by now, but one thing that stuck with me was that there can be unintended negative outcomes of taxes, distortions that are created, and that these need to be avoided through a very thorough, considered approach and analysis. I have reservations about MEVA being an appropriate statutory tool for this. I'm also a little bit concerned that including designated rental housing in this may have the unintended consequence of having as much of the tax as possible passed on to tenants, and this is at a time when we are successfully achieving downward pressure on the cost of housing. And I think that there are probably ways of avoiding that happening, but I'm always a little bit hesitant to make conclusive judgments about taxation, which as I said, can cause unintended consequences. So I'll leave it there because I see that there is a referral that's been sent around, and I'll let Councillor Fry talk about that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, taxation. There certainly are winners and losers under our current taxation structure, and I think we all agree with that. And I would hope we all agree, generally with the principles of fair taxation and recognizing that property tax in and of itself is a blunt instrument, and it does bring winners and losers. I do have challenges with this motion. First and foremost, I support the principles 100%. But unlike typical motions, this has not had a review by staff at all. And there are a bunch of pieces that I'm really not even informed enough to opine on because I don't know enough about some of the details of it, and we haven't had a staff review of it. I do have concerns around the impacts on tenants, notwithstanding provincial rental increases and the controls on that. We know that there are workarounds. I also have concerns around how this might inadvertently impact small businesses who are increasingly struggling to survive in our city as it is. And then under D, it also is sort of challenging directing staff to report back within 30 days. I don't think that's a realistic time frame. I do appreciate that under the charter, council is obliged to approve the distribution of general municipal tax levy amongst the different property taxes by April 30th. That's a statutory requirement. However, I don't think that we being staff can deal with the magnitude of these requests in such a short time frame with everything that's going on. And these are some pretty weighty suggestions that I don't think is fair to impose on staff with only 30 days. So I have suggested a referral that I hope will satisfy council and really move this along, because I think it is a worthwhile conversation. So, Chair, if I may. Oh, it's already up. Yeah, okay. So I've moved to referral. And that council refer the motion funding our services with taxes on major landowners and investors to staff to report back before the 2027 budget considerations with mechanisms to support in principle and practice a fair share Vancouver property tax rebate program to be administered by the city and available to resident homeowners in addition to residential rental properties and small businesses with an equity-centered framework and generally as outlined. So I'm hoping that buys us a little bit of an opportunity to do this right and actually report back on the merits of this. And I think it is a meritorious exploration, but I think that there's a lot to this and legally speaking as well. So,
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. I need a seconder for the referral. Councillor Maloney, okay. Clerks, do I need to be in the amendment queue for this, or is it the main queue? Wasn't sure. It's gone, so we can just stay in the main queue. Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. On the subject of unintended consequences, this actually, I think, raises more concern for me because while Councillor Orr's original motion did not explicitly, sort of has references to residences, it didn't specifically include commercial properties and businesses. This talks about potentially looking at rebates for small business, but I don't think it contemplates at all the fact that many small businesses are going to be located in properties that are worth more than $3 million. It doesn't recognize the reality of triple net leases in our city where taxes are passed on through landlords, and the city has no compelling ability to require any rebates to be passed on by landlords to commercial tenants. We've just spent a lot of time and effort in trying to support small business and not see a tax increase. I would hate for us to undo that unintentionally with unintended consequences. I think Councillor Maloney raised a really good point around the consideration similarly for costs being passed on to renters, and I don't see carve-outs in this that speak to that. I think Councillor Fry, I would concur with what he said, is not wanting to see unintended consequences here, but I think that this opens up a lot of them. And I'm just not prepared to put small business and renters on the line in how this has been contemplated. And so those are the folks that we are trying to work to support, that are working in our city, that are investing in our city through their own hard efforts. And I would really hate to see all of the work that this council's collectively been doing backfire. So I can't support this. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, look, I'm comfortable supporting this because it is worded that staff will report back on these considerations, and I believe that staff are capable and are going to raise any concerns that they see, which may or may not include some of the ones raised by Councillor Kirby-Young. So I'm happy to refer this to staff in order to have them explore this idea.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Okay, not seeing anyone else on the queue, so we're going to vote on the referral. Clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen. Okay, that does not pass with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. So now go back to the main motion. Not seeing anyone on the queue for that. So let's go to the voting panel. Okay, that does not pass. Myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, Councillor Joe in opposition, Councillor Maloney in opposition, and Councillor Fry abstaining. Okay, and that completes the item. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We're now going to convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting. Can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Present. Councillor Blah is not in the chamber. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr. The meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for report 1 through 4 and council member motions 1 through 7. Great, thank you, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any items of urgent business? Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I've submitted an urgent motion earlier today to the clerks, and I hope Council has had a chance to read it. This is following up on, this is urgent motion restoring lifeguard services at key Vancouver beaches. And this is following up on a unanimously approved item at Park Board last night, complimentary resolution requesting Council approve funding to hire and onboard lifeguards in time for beach season this year. Councillor Maloney and I were very fortunate to attend the Royal Life-Saving Society of BC and Yukon on the weekend, and there was many lifeguards present at the time. And in fact, I spoke to past President Graham Esplin, who was in fact a lifeguard at Spanish Banks for many, many years, and his kids are lifeguards at Spanish Banks. And he related the extent of work that lifeguards do in our beach system. It's not just getting out on a surfboard and rescuing somebody drowning in the middle of the ocean, but it's people wiping out on skimboards, it's kids getting lost from their parents. And alarmingly, he did share that there was quite a number of people who get buried by their friends on the beach. And then when the tide comes in, the sand becomes like quicksand, and they have to go and frantically dig them out. And in one case, they even had to get a snorkel for a person. I only bring up these wild stories because our lifeguards are incredibly busy at Vancouver beaches. It is an essential public safety service. And And we are expecting the world with FIFA. And we know, unfortunately, a lot of the trouble that folks get into are often new Canadians, visitors, folks who don't have English as a first language and may not be strong swimmers. And we certainly don't want to see anything happen, not the least of which is we've invited the world to attend and enjoy the beautiful beaches and outdoor scenery that we have here in Vancouver for FIFA. So I hope this will achieve unanimous support from council, because I think it is very
Notice.
consistent. I'm sorry.
I'm calling notice.
I understand that Councillor Kirby-Young is called notice. On your...
Would I not be allowed to complete speaking about why it's urgent? Because of
I waited until Councillor Fry completed his time.
I'm not sure.
I hadn't completed my time, though.
It's been 2 minutes, I believe.
Okay.
To introduce. So Councillor Kirby-Young is called notice. And as I have not presided over this situation before, I'm not sure, do we need a seconder on that or anything? On the calling of the notice? No? Okay. Okay, and clerks, could you just give me some guidance as to when that motion will now be heard?
So the process under the procedure bylaw, it's not being introduced as new business. Therefore, it's being urgent business. So the process would be notice can only be called on new business. So there needs to be a ruling as to whether or not this is urgent business. And then if it is, we would continue. And if it's not considered urgent business under the definition, then it would go back to section 9.4, at which time notice could be called. So we just have to follow the process, if that makes sense.
And I'm actually just realizing that I'm actually not chairing this portion of the meeting,
right.
so I apologize for that. I got a little excited there.
I didn't want to say anything.
Apologies. So over to you, Mayor.
So please continue, Clerk.
So the notice is being brought forward under section 9.5 of the procedure bylaw. And 9.6, then it needs to be seconded. And then 9.6 would be the chair making a ruling on whether it falls under the definition of urgent business. And if that's the case, then we would proceed. If it's not considered urgent business, then it would go back to section 9. Sorry for all this technical piece, but it would go back to new business, at which time notice could be called.
Okay. So does that mean like we would then have a discussion amongst us whether or not this was urgent or not? Or do we just vote on it? Like vote on notice?
Since you seem to be just getting, sorry, I can barely see.
Like,
you're just getting this. Maybe what I would suggest is a quick recess for you to be able to consult with the city manager.
Can we take a 3-minute recess, please? All right, thank you very much. And thank you for the new experience. Well, I don't think this council, the newbies, have seen that before. Okay, and so Councillor Fry, thank you very much for bringing this up. After conversations with city staff and discussing the issue, I do not believe it qualifies as urgent business. We do have time to bring this up to the next standing committee meeting, and staff are more than free to start the process, the recruitment process now, at which time, when this is discussed at the standing committee meeting, there will be, they'll get further direction. So they will not impede any hiring due dates, according to staff. So with that, it doesn't qualify. So thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, so that said, procedurally, can I call notice at this point? Just looking for confirmation.
That is the case, right? You can call notice.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, any other items of urgent business? I don't see anyone else in the queue. So, okay, would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting? Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.